he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't hit me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. I see a lot of my friends in chat here. Thank you so much, Trishy and Hey Jude. You guys are so sweet. I really appreciate you sending over a super chat. So thank you so much. Hey Emmy Joe. Hey everyone coming in. Lori, so good to see you. I saw Margaret. I didn't write everybody down tonight. So I have a very un-Sebastian-like subject to talk with you all about briefly today, and this will be the last I'll address it. If you have any questions, you can send them to my Lady Freedom's Raw Narrative email, and that is located in my channel description. My other mod email for anyone who wanted to be a mod, who was interested in getting links. I was going to be setting up email links for shows every day. And if you're in here, and if you want to put the links in, that would be really helpful just to help the channel and then build awareness. But I'm shutting that mod squad Gmail down because it was brought to my attention today that it was hacked by someone. So whoever hacked it, good on you. And my email was hacked and I know who it was, but we're going to address that privately. We're not addressing that here. I just wanted to apologize to my community members who received this nasty email. And it was only directed toward people in my community that I am very close to. And then some other creators who will not be mentioned, because all of this is really a big distraction. And all it does is take away from a show that I had already planned tonight for all of you. And it really needs to stop. So earlier this week, I did send over some information to the cyber stalking division. And the reason I did that was because of this post by Penny, who is also Grace's gavel. So posting this about me and where I live, saying that this person is my neighbor and that this is where I live. Okay. Which is false. Just like the email that was sent out. That's because I didn't say anything about this wispy person who decided to make this about me, and I just ignored it because I don't care what they say about me. It really doesn't matter to me because it's not about me. But it's really clear by this post right here that, they're never going to stop. And by the way, whoever wrote this, Gracie or Penny, or if this is a multi-person account, because that's what I'm alleging, that it's a multi-person account, you got the wrong quote and the misspelling of a name right there. So good on you. I mean, I've been dealing with this, and I did report it to the cyber stalking division because they're trying to find out who I am, where I live, trying to dox me, say that I falsely did something. It was in an email from myself sent over to a whole bunch of different people. Really some psychotic shit right there. As if I would send something like that about myself to a whole bunch of people. But okay. Either way, that's how I'm going to handle that. And then anybody that's going to continue to do that, I'm just going to continue to report you to YouTube. And then I know all of the people that are doing this, so I'm adding all of your names to the report that weren't already named, by the way, because there was 2 of you before, and now there's going to be more. This is not about me. Again, this is about Sebastian and Crystal. And if I have not made that abundantly clear to anybody, then I don't mind if you guys just go on your separate ways from here, because I don't want a community like that anyway. To me, it's disgusting. It's an invasion of my privacy. I have family too. I have loved ones too. I have people who care about me too. And it's none of anybody's business what is going on in my household, but I'm here to tell you that disparaging people in my household is not going to bode well for you, because I'm going to make sure that you are reported for who you are and what you're trying to do. I think that is awful. And I think that if that's something that you want to do in your free time, then more power to you, but you'll have consequences to your actions, because I will not be bullied. I'm not afraid of you. You don't mean very much to me either, Miss Penny, and neither do your friends, because this is not about me. It's about Sebastian. So my channel is not to play around with other creators on the internet. I typically only play creators that I really like and that I agree with for the most part. So that way we can discuss it and it's a little less confrontational. It's a little more okay, I really like this point, let's talk about it. That's my style. My style is also handling things in private. And so I've been doing that. But when they want to make it very public and continue to put it into a public space, then I have no choice but to stand up for myself and my family. And I have no problem doing that. We all have families. And if it was somebody in your family, I don't think that you would appreciate them treating them that way. And I would hope that you would just have a little bit more sense than to believe a lie, a flat out lie, because no one in my in the park that I live in, where I had to have a full background check. When I got into real estate, I had to have a full background check. When I had my divorce, I had a full psychological evaluation. Okay. And I've had a lot of counseling. So I'm a very strong willed, strong minded person. I have put up with this since everything happened in February with Grace's gavel and the rest of her group that is orchestrating this nonsense. And I'm no longer going to speak on it. I'm just going to continue to report them. But I just wanted anybody who had any questions, especially in my community that received this email from my account. By the way, one email bounced back to me. So I know that what you all did, because one of you had access to my mod email because you were supposed to be a mod manager. I'm not going to name any names, but you know who you are. Okay. Hey, Chloe Jade. So that's that. Let me make sure I don't have anything else on it. Nope, because it's not even that big of a deal. It's honestly, I feel sorry for you all that you had to deal with it. And again, I'm very sorry to anyone who received that nastiness. Yep, I think I got it all. And one more thing too, guys, I don't have any problem addressing something that is something that I did that I would own it, right? But when it's an outright lie and when it's just fabricated and misconstrued so badly that it looks like I did something wrong, I'm not going to even worry about it, because that doesn't bother me one bit when people want to spread lies about me. But it's the personal level and the public level that these people went to, going after my community members, who I respect all of you very, very much. And the reason why I can't give back the attention that you deserve is because of what these people are doing to me behind the scenes, if we want to be very honest and truthful with the situation. So when I look so scatterbrained that I can't get back to an email, people in my professional life who know me know that that's not who I am. So just know that that's going to change too, because I'm going to stop giving so much power and manipulation to these creeps, and they're just all going, because I know who you all are. So you're all just going to be reported, right? Because I'm not proving who I am so that you can go ahead and dox me even further, or do whatever little shit show bullshit you like to pull behind the scenes, because it's actually very disgusting. And when there's a child's case that needs attention, and that's any child's case out there, pick one. Me, I'm nothing. I have, what, 2,500 subscribers? Big freaking whoop. Hey, Island. Big freaking whoop. Because guess what? I'd rather have 1,000 of us good people in here than 10 million psychotic, doxing, lying son of a bitches any day of the week. So I'm protecting my family against this nonsense, and it will not keep going further. So I hope that you had fun with what you did, because it was already reported at the beginning of this week. All of the crap that you've been pulling for the last 3 weeks. Thank you guys so much. And I'm very sorry that we had to even deal with that. I'm going to go ahead and pop this up, because this is what really matters. So today I had a chance. I don't know how. I think it was by the grace of God. I really do believe that, because I've been dealing with a lot today. So this is what I came up with from the reflection of this man's glasses. Now, I know you all were asking me to go over and check out a lady. Now, really quick disclaimer, I do not approve of, nor am I on board with, oh gosh, and I might even get myself in trouble with this lady, but 97% of what this lady is saying, right? But this is part of something we were discussing yesterday, because there was some very like just terrible hate speech on there, okay? And that's what I'm going to call it, because I've been going through it lately, and it just kind of, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad, but either way, this is the picture, original picture. And then I have kind of done a comparison here with Sebastian and the reflection in this man's glasses. Now, where this photo came from, I have no idea. I'm not really sure, and it's hard to tell. But I'm very curious about what we were talking about yesterday. So I kind of zoomed in on this yellow jacket man, and you guys can tell me. I'll tell you, in this picture, he has 2 dots on his glasses. Kind of, I can't tell if it's for like an effect, like a style, a logo or something like that, or if it's a couple dots. It's very hard to tell, but it's also very hard to even match the glasses up, in my opinion, here, because they look a little bit thicker, a little bit more black in the other photo. And I think I did a comparison. Give me 1 second here. This is a closer view of his. See, and I tried to change some of the, I filtered some of this, right? And kind of modified the picture. But I see a reflection, and I don't know if it's, something, or if it could be from the TV screen, right? Because he could be watching a news, or he could be watching the Texas Roadhouse footage, for all we know, right? But there's a couple of different views on that. And then I also wanted to show you, I had this one that's kind of a closer up. And he kind of looks like this man at the Texas Roadhouse. To me, he resembles this man very much, but there's some differences that I'm noticing. I also know that the man in this picture has an earring, and you can kind of see it if you zoom in on it. He's wearing an earring. In this picture, you cannot tell, right? You can't really tell in any of them that I've seen, but maybe you guys could. But in this one, he looks like he's asking a question, or like he's not sure about something, or he kind of slinks around the restaurant, and I have some clips I want to show you of him doing that, and I want to know what you all think of it. One more second here. I wanted to show you. This is the closest comparison that I can find to the man in the yellow jacket and the man in this photo from Miss Chrissy. Or Mrs. Chrissy. I'm not sure which one she is. Either way, that was the closest kind of angle that I could see, and I flipped the picture over in the opposite direction to have the profile fitting, the man. Yeah. See, hey Jude, that's why I'm saying, when I looked through the lady's page, because before I, really noticed this image and his glasses, the reflection, if you will, the lady wasn't very nice. You know what I mean? There was a lot of things on there that was very, I mean, and like rapid fire, posts. And so I just, I was hesitant. But when I saw that, I was thinking, well, what's up with the connection and this guy and her then? And again, I could get in a lot of trouble for this one this time too, but I think it's good at watching it and looking at it and thinking, because it's strange to me. Why is time in all caps? Yeah, and I mean, I don't know why. If here's the one, Emmy Joe, of the watch, and I can't tell because it's upside down and kind of small, but it looks to me like it may be on like 1219-ish or 12. I'm sorry, no, it wouldn't be that close. 1217, something like that. I don't know. Maybe you guys could zoom in and tell me a little bit more. I can't zoom in on this one. I just figured the time was in caps because of the watch and the photo, but I could be wrong. Hey, Rob Beanie. Hey, little Miss Sharon. Hey, Brandy and Indy. Good to see you. Crazy Cat Lady. Good to see you. Maybe he's saying time is ticking. And I kind of got that vibe too, Crazy Cat Lady, and the reason why is because, I mean, it definitely says like Katie and Chris, right? And it's like, it's weird. I bet you never thought you'd see this face again. Hey, Butter Biscuit. Hey, CB. Megan Nels, good to see you. Maybe they lost it at the poker game, the watch, but the woman is kind of loony. Well, I know, and see, that's the thing, Megan Nels. And I mean, I want to be respectful too, but it's like I saw the post and it was rapid fire post and not nice at all. I mean, it was really it was something else. But the time is like 5:47. Thank you. See, I cannot see that far, and I can't see. There's a bit of a glare, and I can't tell if the small hand is on the noon or at the 12 mark, or if it's. But it's just a very odd photo, and when I saw that, and then the reflection part of it, um, and thank you too, because I know a few people sent this to me as well, this photo in general, and it really prompted me to go and look at her page again because I had notes. Well, I still have them, but of what we wanted to go over tonight in terms of um, Janine Chrissy. So a lot of you had recommended I take a look. And then, hey, Kelly, isn't the time upside down? I think it reads 5:48. Okay, see, and that's the thing. I can't tell. It's hard to see, but I mean, it would be upside down if he's looking at it from his perspective as a watch, and then if he has it that way, it would have, here, let me take this guy down for a second. Like if he was wearing it like this, if he flips it over to look like this, it's going to be opposite, So I'm guessing possibly you guys could be right that it's flipped. Debutante, good to see you. Good to see you. I know it's like I can't zoom in. You guys can zoom in though on your screens. You could zoom in. I had to zoom. Hey, Connie, I am so sorry that you got blocked. I forgot to say this, guys. Connie S and Detroit Rock City. I am so sorry. Somebody keeps doing that too, and it's been happening for a while. And I apologize. I did not mean to block you, but I unblocked you successfully. It looks like so. That's a good thing, right? Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Either way, hey Betty, good to see you. Yeah, Chloe Arcani. That's what I'm saying. Goodness sakes. But either way, Yes. So I just found this to be very interesting. And then, of course, I started messing around with the photo more and kind of just came out with different variations, right? And I circled some of them. Um, like I said, this is the strongest resemblance. I will say that, in my opinion, minus the glasses. I don't know. Those other ones just look a little bit like those ones go all the way down to his nose, and maybe those ones do as well. It's just so hard to tell, but the nose and then possibly, I mean, it's just so hard to tell. I guess we would just have to compare his ears, but it's very hard to get to his ears. And like I said, when I tried to do that earlier, he's wearing an earring in this picture. Again, you might have to just zoom to see it. It's just a stud, and it's just a gold post. And I can't find it in the other photos. But what I did want to watch with you guys is this. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Okay, so because I kept the other ones from last night. Okay, so this is where we see that video, and I have hindsights too. Um, But we see this now this is what Dog wants us to see, right? The green hoodie entering the Texas Roadhouse. So while that's transpiring, the green hoodie comes in to the Texas Roadhouse and she's going straight to the bathroom, right? Which seems pretty normal to me. Unless that was part of a plan, a bigger, plan. But we can see, she heads back toward the restroom. And then pretty soon she emerges back. And it's really hard to see, right? But this is all happening at the same time. So we're back to Katie pulling out with Sebastian, the yellow jacket man at the counter. And he seems to be messing around on his cell phone still. Now this guy comes back out of the employee door. And I guess we can surmise, just because the yellow jacket doesn't go in to the employee door, that he's not an employee. But I will show you some more interesting little kind of bits here. So he's still waiting. And I mean, Texas Roadhouse is slam jammed, right? It's dinner time and it's Sunday. Out comes this man talking to the man in the yellow jacket. And this is where I took the close-ups from, right? Of the man in the yellow jacket that I used as stills. Him talking to the guy like, I don't know, he's confused. This guy's explaining something to him. You can tell he's talking with his hands. Maybe he's asking about menu items. I can't really make it out, obviously, but it's possible that he's asking about or looking, because then he leaves, right? So this is where he leaves again, but this isn't the last time we're going to see him. He's kind of hanging out outside the camera view now. So I'm not sure if that man took his order and he was saying, I can't get the app to work, or, I don't understand what's going on. I've been trying to place an order, and maybe that man's going to go in and place the order for him, is another idea that I had, or speculation. Right. So these people come out. There's another dude. He's taking an order, though. He keeps walking. That man stops to talk to who I presume to be the yellow jacket guy still. And maybe he is an Uber Eats driver that can't find his order. That's a possibility. Again, it is slam jam packed in Texas Roadhouse. Okay, so then of course he comes back over and he's waiting back at the counter. But my biggest issue with this man is, why did he have Sebastian's picture on his phone in the first place? And now he arrived at 6:19 and it's, 6:27. He's still hanging around. Obviously dealing with the gentleman in the black hoodie. He's been helping him. So the person who has the most interaction with this man, and you see this little book of cards that he has. I tried to zoom in on that and I couldn't figure out what that was either. So again, we're just going to watch this straight through, guys, just because I want to make sure that we keep it into context, and then I'm going to go to your comments. And welcome to everybody coming in. Thank you for being here. So again, we're just waiting. It is 6:28. And there's not a whole lot of stuff going on outside the Texas Roadhouse at this time, but it appears to me that the man with the yellow jacket is kind of waiting off over by that grassy area. Then out comes the man with the black hoodie again, running food. out to like a car or, you know, somebody who's waiting for food out there. And then we'll see him coming back into view again. And I know that this interaction with the green hoodie is also notable because both of them do look over at whatever's transpiring between Katie and the green hoodie. And of course, he goes back in. He's, you know, this guy is typical wait staff. I mean, even though the video might be slowed down a bit, this guy is, you know, flying in there to get another order. And that's what you see. You know, you don't see the meandering around like you do with the yellow hoodie guy. Like he's just kind of meandering around. All the other, you know, service workers here are, you know, in the hustle and bustle of dinner service, like you would be. Um, so now we're at 6:30. And of course, we don't know really a keen direction. Now, the green hoodie, we know she came from the bushes. She came from the bushes. Um, Again, this man is opening the door, kind of asking people if they're taken care of. It looks like he asked that woman in the black hat if she was good, you know, if she needed anything. And again, we do see all the other patrons too kind of bundled up. Like that woman's wearing a hat, a jacket. We see the other people who are waiting outside, especially, are like bundled up in something warm. And then here comes more people in coats, you know, or heavy sweaters. And poor Sebastian, he was just wearing, you know, a short sleeve shirt. And you know, and it's a super busy night too in there. We talked about why someone might wear like a bright yellow jacket if they're trying to be inconspicuous. You know, and I always have to kind of chuckle at that because it is, you know, it's a valid question. But I also believe that there's a big reason behind that, and it could be because that way he's easier to spot in such a busy restaurant. So what do you all think of that clip? Because I find it to be interesting. Hey, Hindsight, good to see you. Hey, Michelle, good to see you. Cece, welcome in. Hey, Saucy. Saucy says Yellow Jay was inside Texas Roadhouse while KP and Sebastian were eating, then follows them out and hangs around outside. Very suspicious, in my opinion. Yes, and he was also in the restaurant too with them for a while, for a little while, a couple of minutes right before they left. Is so weird. Hey, Canadian True Crime, good to see you. Sorry, Miss Connie. I know I had to go late tonight, but I will go a little bit earlier tomorrow. I like to do it at 10 o'clock is my favorite time. 10:30 is kind of pushing it. Oh, here, let me take this guy off of here. Sorry. Um, and he's a whole nother, you know, bit of research I was doing because, again, you know, I don't know if I believe that it is Richard Bishop, or I don't know who I believe it to be, but I would like to know what the connection is between the yellow jacket, or who he, you know, just who he is. Was he a patron picking food up? Was he a door dasher? There's just a lot of things that I just find really curious about him. Hey, Holly. Holly says yellow jacket and lady in the pink are working together. The lady in the pink. And see, I was a that's how bad I was so ultra focused on the other stuff that I wasn't focused on a lady in pink. Let's see. Yeah, maybe I'll put it on that very last one. Hey, Mama Risa. Mama Risa says, is it Yellow Jacket he's talking to there? Yeah, I believe it is. I believe that guy he's helping him out, saying something. Hey, Terry. Terry said Pink Lady does a hand gesture also. Okay, so you guys are looking at Pink Lady. Is it the very last clip here? Crazy Cat Lady says, in my opinion, yellow coat, pink sweater, and green hoodie and KP are involved. Okay, so you guys think there's more people in the restaurant even, or just outside here. And Holly says, Terry, I heard Lady in the Pink is Chris's sister. Lady in the Pink. Robbie says, looks like a trash bag. And see, I think he either, that man, if the Yellow Jacket man was still standing there, I'm sorry guys, I forgot to point this out earlier. If the man in the yellow jacket was still standing there waiting for something, that the guy brought some food out, but he walked really, really fast, like he would have walked past the Yellow Jacket man from where he was standing. So I find that to be interesting too. Hey, Panda Bear's mom, thank you for being here. If you doze off, that is okay, because I'm talking over these videos and sometimes I probably sound a little monotone. Margaret, is your dog snoring? Debutante says maybe pretending to pick up an order that he never made just to have a reason and a cover for being there. Probably I'm reading too much into it. Well, I was wondering that too, just because like his face looked like he was questioning something, or you know how kind of like when you squint and you're like, I'm not sure, and you kind of do that squinty thing with your eyes. That's kind of what he was doing. Oh yeah, thank you, little Miss Sharon. That's right. I forgot to do a party last night, guys. I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Anne, for being 78. Valley Baby says, are you sure it was a picture of Sebastian? Valley Babies, I am not 100% on anything. I am actually really torn in between it being a picture and a video, and or both. And so it's really hard to tell if it's the camera focusing in on Sebastian and it's coming into focus, and that's why it looks like it's moving a bit, or if the picture's actually moving on the phone that we're seeing through the camera lens of the surveillance camera. See, that's where it's so I guess perplexing for me, is that I can't put that together. Like I don't understand kind of what's going on there. Oh yes, hey Jude, thank you so much. Yeah, okay, because Terry, I heard that too before, that that his sister may have been there, and that's not the first time I've heard that, but I didn't know which one to look at, but if you guys are seeing the one in the pink, I'm guessing it might be in the other clip. Let's see here. Let me show you guys this one really quick from hindsight. Sorry, I'm muted. This is that guy in the restaurant, right? And you're gonna see him coming into the picture, right? But this is Katie taking pictures of Sebastian at the table. And see, this is what swayed my thinking more, right? Because we were also talking about the fact that there could be that there could be allegedly a live photo being taken, right, from an iPhone, because sometimes when you take a live photo in iPhone, you're going to see like a bit of movement because it takes a couple different frames of a shot, right? And they call it live. And so you can see like a head turn, or your dog stick his tongue out. That was one of my favorite ones that I'd grab of the dogs. And so or they would make a funny face and then look at you. You know, like you get a couple of different frames just depending. I think the newer iPhones have more cameras in them too or something. Okay, so man in the yellow coat enters and you see he's back over there, bar seating area. Watching him. This is when Katie's watching too. And yellow coat man exits after the restroom visit, and then wondering maybe if there was something left behind for the green hoodie, because that's what she goes back into the bathroom. And see, this is why I was looking for this clip. Dog put the clip that I was showing 2 months ago, right? So I went and I don't know, it just popped right in, and I thought, okay, let me click on this one, and it was the one I was looking for. And see, this is an awesome comparison right here, because you're seeing picture 1, picture 2, picture 1 versus picture 2, and you can see how they're matching precisely. See that? Yellow coat man's picture, both red circles, the backgrounds match up. Both had the positions match. And you can see Yoda, right? That's the big thing. Grogu is very visible, right? Some people call him Baby Yoda, some people call him Grogu. Another cell phone in his pocket. What happened to Sebastian? So here's another one, guys. If you haven't seen this now, this is just basically taking a video, cropping it in, slowing it down. I didn't alter it any other way besides that, just so you guys know kind of the process that I did with this one too. Because I think that matters, you know, too, for all of you as viewers, to kind of know the process there. Hey, G of Twins, good to see you. Do you guys know which one? I'm going to have to play those clips again, and that's not a problem. I can play them over. I need to find where the pink lady is, because I wasn't paying attention to her, I have to admit. Did you not see this, Crochet? Welcome in. Yeah, now that was hindsight, guys. That's hindsight 2002. So 2002. And she did that last bit where she took the comparison photos, and see, that's what really swayed my attention over. And I thought, wow, okay, were those pictures? Or is it video? Or, you know, what is going on? I mean, you know, that's the thing. It's mind-boggling, and we've been talking about it for a few nights now, and I understand that, you know, it may be a little bit. Margie, you think the clock was on 5:46? Okay, so I'm gonna rate, because I know you guys are. I'm gonna have to decipher that clock somehow. 5:46, and maybe I can zoom in on it. Crime Time Buzz does, Terry, on a picture of the pink person. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Yeah, the time on the watch. Thanks, Margie. Yeah, I'm thinking you're right. Because a lot of you are saying the 5:46. I always just like to double check too, D. Marie, and I appreciate you guys letting me know what you think, because it's hard for me to tell it, especially if I can't zoom in or nothing on here. But you're also intuitive that you say those things, and then I'm thinking, oh man, I should have zoomed in on that darn clock. Lady, look at the stem on the watch. Okay, I will. See, and here's where the image looks like it's either being coming into focus, but now this is slowed way, way down, right? So I took dog's video, and when at this point where I'm showing the man's cell phone in the photo, I slowed it down as much as I possibly could. Oh, Megan Nell's hindsight had a good new video. That does not surprise me. That does not surprise me. I'm gonna have to go check it out. Um, that's why I hate distractions so much, because I'd so much rather be doing this. This is like, really interesting. I really need to know what's going on with this. I mean, it's like a picture see, it's just strange. And the way that he's holding his phone is also as strange to me, because it looks like he's doing, it's just very odd. Hey, Mama Sam. He's at the pickup window. Yeah, he's at the pickup window. And he is not picking up any food, and he didn't pick up any food on camera. So that was the problem um, that I was having. So with that one, but let me look back at this, and I'll keep the chat moving so that way you can holler at me when you see the pink lady. Just say, "Hey, Lady Freedom, there's a pink." It and play it over really quick. Let's And Bluegrass Meadow says, I feel like the coughing, hand covering mouth was the signal to the yellow man. Very possible because he did stop and he was kind of looking around and then he walked more slowly than he did to the point that he got to the car, to the door, and even hesitated when he opened the door, in my opinion. So, hey, Adam Forever 21, good to see you. And I'm sorry, Terry says, oh, hey, Kaika, good to see you too. Um, Terry says, yes, definitely a signal. If you watch Crime Time Buzz, you will see the video. Okay, I'll watch Crime Time. We liked studying her last time. I enjoyed it. She did a really good job. And you know, again, I don't always agree 100% with everything I share, but I try to share good stuff that I kind of agree with to some capacity because that way we can kind of go over what we think about it, but also it's kind of demonstrating some of the things that maybe I didn't make a video on, which other people did, and they did a really great job on it. So, and Gigi, and also I think it's a group effort to kind of put all of our heads together and try to figure out what happened here because it's just so bizarre. There's so many bizarre things that have happened in this case. And, Sebastian just doesn't deserve it. He's just such a sweet kid. Hey, Gigi, good to see you, Gigi. And takeout silverware, I think they got takeout at the bar. Oh, just okay, yeah. And see, it's so hard to see the bar. Um, in the one bit of footage from yesterday, it's all kind of blurred out because Dog was wanting us to focus, or his team that put the video out wanted us to focus on the table and then what was transpiring outside. He had the little side box. It's just super suspicious. Megan Nels, I know, it's weird. And Brandy and Indy says, are they communicating with earpieces and microphones? See, we were wondering that. And then also somebody brought up in the chat, and I can't remember who it was. There was a couple of people actually that were saying, well, what if it's like he's wearing like smart glasses that can record and send it to your phone? See, and that's another thing, that there may be a lot of things into play, but I couldn't see his ears. I was trying to look for that earring because he's got a little stub earring, and I cannot find, I can't find it in any of the footage, anything close enough to, because these were the close-up shots that I took. Just bear with me here a sec. Let's see. Close-ups of this guy here. This was one, and he's kind of got, this one's where his like face is kind of scrunched up, where he's like, do you know, or can you help me out, or I don't understand, or kind of thing that he's doing here. But I can't tell if he's wearing anything in his ears. And of course we can't see his mouth, which I wish we could, because in this one you can kind of see it. Oh, sorry, not that one. That one's the one I added to the other one, but this is the one you can kind of see his mouth. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Holly. Yes, I will go check it out for sure. For sure I will. I got Hindsight and Crime Time Buzz on my list too. And I want to zoom in on that clock, because I know you guys are probably right. It's like that 5:46, 5:48, area. Thanks, Kaika, for the thumbs up. And Store Worker both. Yeah, see, it's so hard to tell, Deborah Dixon, and I can't tell. And like I said, I can't tell if this is the same guy or not. And this is another close-up of that green hoodie, or excuse me, green hoodie, yellow jacket guy. But not a very good one, I'll admit. And that's another one where you can kind of take a look at his mannerisms, the way he's walking. I couldn't make out, there's a logo on his, there's a logo, and you can kind of see it in this one. And this one's the one where I got a snapshot of the cards that he's holding in his hand, right? But he's holding them, and then he's got his jacket is long, and it's over his wrist like this. Sorry guys, you can probably see my wrist, but like it's over his wrist, and then he's got the cards in his hand. So that was interesting to me, because we couldn't tell like what he was doing in another live, like, because when those are flapping around, it's very hard to tell what they are, because when they're in motion, they become very out of focus. So hey Punky, I like your name. Punky says that gray car went by 2 times. One time after yellow coat, and 2 about the time of the green hoodie. Okay, we'll rewatch it, Punky. Thank you. Aw, thanks, guys. Yellow Jacket walks much faster when exiting behind Sebastian, as if he's hiding himself from Sebastian, then goes to the window, in my opinion. Yeah, I noticed that too, where he was really trying to get over to that window, right? He did seem hurried to me too, Brandy and Indy. Oh, thanks, Robini. Sometimes when I click it over, thank you. Yeah, Pink Lady in Pink Butter Biscuit says Lady in Pink is watching Yellow Hoodie. Yeah, we'll play it over too. And then Megan L says, "Lady, just watch Hindsight. She breaks it all down and points it all out." Oh my gosh, I should have grabbed her video. I should have grabbed her video, Hindsight. See, I didn't check today. Well, I was really looking for this dog. I was hunting dog down today, guys. That sounds awful. Don't tell him, he might come after me. But I was hunting the dog, and I was like, there was one that he put out where we see, this guy come in, and I thought we saw him leave as well in it. And I was just searching all over for the darn thing. I finally found it. And then I started messing with it, like taking screen grabs of it and then going back to his video, taking a screen grab. Like this one came straight from it because it was so hard to, it was blurry because he's so much in motion, right? You could even see his leg is in motion. But I wanted to kind of get these cards here too. I know. Yeah, the whole video together would be great. Yes. We're going to be requesting for Hindsight's like, we're just making work for you. Can you do this? Can you do? But, and see, that's the thing. I would really like to get it in sequence, right? We like start to finish. And see, that was the problem with some of the pieces. Like once we've kind of figured out some of the pieces, now there's certain ones that I'm super interested in. And so it's just making it more difficult. Lady Rosa says, "If there's a man with her, but I didn't see blue jeans walking kind of beside her, but he didn't walk out with her, but I clearly see a lower half man in jeans though." Okay, let's play it. Let's play these again. Let me take our man off of here. Our yellow man. Yellow jacket. I've been calling him Yellow Jacket because let's see. Oh no, those are from yesterday. Okay, so here's the beginning. That's a well-made point, Deborah Dixon. Sebastian was definitely at the center of attention that night by many at the Texas Roadhouse. I agree. Wondering just in order, because I haven't gotten that far either, Hindsight, but I really wanted to, because like I said, I was hunting the dog today. Like, what'd you do with that clip? I know you put it out, and I didn't know when he put it out though. I was trying to remember. See, and there's the pink lady, and she does grab something off. Definitely more suspicious suspects involved, 100%. Not only Yellow Jacket, their big plot. Yeah, I'm thinking that too, Kaika. And you know how they like to have other people and pay them to do the dirty work, is what it really worries me from what Matt allegedly said. Or what Matt alleged. He said it, but he alleged it also, right? Because we're not sure. He just did a phone call with Jay. And that's kind of how we know about it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, me too. Me too. I second that. I'm going to vote for that because honestly, he's very good. And he is way better at he's a way better videographer, I guess you could say, than I am. And so I really, gosh, I value his work a lot. Because there's certain things like overlays, forget it, you guys. I'm not great at that. And plus, I don't have a very sophisticated program to work with. So that's another thing. But, what I have, I think I've been able to do a little bit with those. So I'm glad about that. And Megan L says, "Hey, Jude, I hope so also, but it seems Sebastian is starting to swindle down, not liking it." Yeah, and I don't want that. Yeah, that's the last thing I want, Megan L's. And that's the thing, there's too much that we can examine. There's too much, in my opinion, that we can still examine. And that is very interesting aspects of this case. And some of it, you know, we haven't scratched the surface on this channel. So I'm hoping that we can still keep his name out there and alive, because, you know, I'm not going to stop. Nothing will make me stop. Come hell or high water, we're going to find him somehow. So, and it just takes people being interested as well. And then also us keeping interesting conversations alive is really important. And just thinking about it, right? Thinking about a lot of different aspects of it. And Holly says, not the same guy. Yeah, I'm thinking not too. I'm thinking not too. But I don't discourage people who think it is. And I also don't, I'm not discounting it, because I don't know, you know, I don't know. I find it very interesting. You're welcome, Punky. I think it's cute. I used to like that character, Punky Brewster, and I was good. Oh no, your internet went out, Anne. Oh my goodness. Deception Detective is really good. I don't get to see him as much. Oh, DD. Yeah. Okay. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. I've been trying to look further into that too, guys. I just haven't, I'm not done looking into that. The poker party. Butter Biscuit says, lady sent you photos of the pink lady watching Yellow Jacket. Thank you so much, Butter Biscuit. Thank you. I wish I could load them up tonight, guys, but I had too many pictures. And it was already yelling at me like, you have too much stuff in here. And I was trying to delete stuff out. Okay. Okay. Debutante says, please play through the KP and green hoodie commotion and watch yellow coat guy distract the Texas Roadhouse worker. Okay. And I think that's coming up. I think that is coming up on this one. Yeah, because this one's the one with the green hoodie girl, Shimmy. I'm guessing it's a lady. I don't want to say it's not a lady, or if it is, but hey, Mama Sam. Mama Sam says, I wonder if Ellie has video from neighboring businesses. That would be nice. You know, Butter Biscuit. She's my favorite. I used to love to mismatch everything because of her. They came up with a show. She had another show that was a spinoff when she was an adult. And it was cute. She looked just like she did when she was younger. Hindsight says the Blue Gloves guy was a temp employee. Yellow coat was never further discussed. Yeah, see, and that's always what worries me, because yeah, that Blue Glove guy, you could tell he's working hard. He's a typical, you know, server, right? Like he's got the non-skids on. He's, you know, taking care of customers. He's you know, bringing food out. Now, see, this is where he's talking to Yellow Coat, in my opinion. And he's kind of stumped. He looks kind of stumped, in my opinion. Like he's just kind of like, well, guy, I'm trying to help you out, but I don't know. And well, you know. And then he comes back. Or maybe he said he had an order there, and then he's like, oh, no. Oh, a green tea video is the best, Deanna. Yeah, Brandy and Indy, I remember that. I remember that. One of Justin's sources coming out mentioning the DD. Yeah, at the poker party. And see, I just kind of want to put some of that together, because I have some research put together on it, just not anything that I can kind of circle around to and let it make sense, you know. Oh, thank you, Mally Cat. That is so sweet of you. Thank you for your dedication to search for Sebastian. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your support. I really appreciate all you guys in the community. I really do. You guys are awesome. Awesome, awesome. Thanks, Hey Jude. Oh, sorry guys. Let me go ahead and go to this next clip. Yeah, Mama Sam, that's so true. All the traffic cameras and license plate readers, yes. Yeah, and I'm wondering, and I mean, those are very prominent out in the area. They have them for sure. So, and I know that they were looking off of them, they were doing everything they could. I really do believe that in terms of that. Um, Crafting and True Crime says you can see Yellow Jacket guy's arm when they're off the screen a little. I know, just a little bit talking. Exactly. Yeah, I can see that too, Crafting and True Crime. That's why I was wondering, and then now he just looks like he's running way too fast for like to be bringing him that bag of food. So, it just kind of begs the question, what is the hoodie guy doing? Or not the black hoodie guy, excuse me, the yellow jacket guy doing? Because he's wearing a hoodie, but it's white underneath of that one. Yeah, if you work in the kitchen, you have to wear non-skid because of the grease or spills in the floor. Exactly. And yeah, because you don't want to break your back or hurt yourself either, because then you won't. Oh, thank you, Crafting and True Crime, for letting us know. We'll do a party. We will do a party. And why did KK have a hernia over his video being released? Remember that? Yeah, Deborah, I mean, she was really upset, and they went straight to the Texas Roadhouse. And see, that's what I would have done. I would have went straight to the Texas Roadhouse and said, well, I guess she wouldn't have had to. She took pictures of Sebastian that night, so why didn't she turn those over? That really is bothersome. That's really bothersome that she didn't turn those over. Mama Sam, I know Ellie has way more info than we know about. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, debutante, yes, yes. Yes, I do. I agree. And it's very smart for them to keep it close to the vest. It's not good for them to let us all know everything, because there's certain little things that can catch them up. Um, Thank you, Hey Jude. I appreciate that a lot, because I don't want you guys getting any nasty stuff. Yeah, what's the rush? Hindsight says, Jebber, exactly what's the rush? Oh, thank you so much, Lori. Thank you. Oh, puppy. Oh, for sure. Yep. Sam says, oh, for sure. Debutante, I wonder what kind of satellite images they have. See, I would be really curious to know that too, and to see those. I hope Star's okay. Yeah, I haven't, you know what? She texted me earlier, and I texted her back, and see, that's how I figured out some people got blocked, because I didn't know that. And then I thought, oh crud. And then I hadn't got a chance to even talk back with her, because um I was messing with trying to figure out how to undo that, because I had to undo it before, but I did it one time, and I kind of, even navigating there, I kind of it was hard to figure it out. And then finally, when I got there, I was so excited that I didn't even pay attention after the fact and be like, what, how did I get there? But now I know. Now I'm good. See, you can't do half the stuff that you can do on your phone that you can do on a desktop version. See, that's the problem. I forgot to put Sebastian up. There we go. Let's see. There was another thing I had for us tonight, wasn't there? So, but even going back to, okay, maybe it's this one. No, it's not that one. No, not that one. Okay, no, I showed the cards. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just going through making sure. So in this reflection, I just find it to be really odd, and I'm still curious as to kind of what's going on with this. And again, I kind of filtered through a little bit, and you can kind of see the reflection closer there. And then that's the circled version. And there's another one that's kind of filtered up, or maybe that's the same one. My bad. I think I uploaded twice. My bad. That's what it was. But there's another one. It's just so bizarre. And I don't know if people are messing with these or what is going on. It also looks like a black shirt, possibly Grogu. It's just so bizarre. It's so very, very bizarre. And this is one that I did kind of the close-up. And that's the end result of the camera focusing all the way in. And that's kind of another close-up view of it. Hey, Tori, good to see you. Aw, couponing. Lady Rosa says, Yellowcoat Bishop is, I think he tried to say he had an order and worker brought out food to someone else as a disguise and possibly gave him something KP left on a table for him. See, and that was another thing that we were kind of speculating on last night with the worker, Lady Roses. Let's see. I have, and it might be. for. But Blessed, thank you so much for the Lady Freedom membership. I'm sorry, I just thanked you. And if you received the Lady Freedom membership, please make sure that you tell her thank you. One says, yes, was vile, and I feel the person is making up stuff to get back at people she has issues with. Oh, man. Oh, that's no good. See, and it's not even worth it. And Butter Biscuit says, in my opinion, no matter how people discuss these cases, who they speculate on, what narratives they share, it keeps the missing person's face out there in the public. Keep investigating. Yeah, Butter Biscuit, I agree with that too. I think it's really a good thing for all of us to keep talking about Sebastian. Put his picture up. You know, make a thumbnail, put him up around. Just talk about him and what could have happened, you know. Yes, hey Jude, thank you. And I know that I know it seems repetitive a lot of the times, but there's a lot of things that we can go back and analyze in this case, which is really good because they are interesting pieces, like these videos from the Texas Roadhouse. If we think about the fact that they haven't been out for very long, so since about December, um, they're still fairly new, and there's a lot of information in there. There's so many people that we could probably watch at one time and focus in on one person or one group of people or one part of the video and what activity is going on, and then we can look at a different part of the activity that's going on in a different part of the restaurant. I mean, especially, like, I can't wait to go see what Hindsight has done with that as well. And really quick too, guys, I was muted, and I wanted to let you all know that Jana's book, we're going to do a members only on her book, and I'm going to give away an e-copy, and I figured that's the easiest way to kind of do that because I can send it as a gift to someone's email. So it's not going to be like sending anything to someone's home or anything like that, but you can just send it from Amazon or from barnesandnoble.com, and all you do is download the Barnes and Noble app, and then you can go in there and read the e-copy, which is how I'm reading it to all of you. So I'm really excited about it. All the links are in the video I posted this morning, and it's all just chapter 1. And then, of course, we're going to read over chapters 2 to 10. And at that point, I would like to do a members only live with Jana, and it's going to be exclusive about the author because she did a fantastic job. Sometimes I feel like she's my sister, and I know that sounds silly, but it's really not to me, because it's like I'm so proud of her for all she's accomplished. And I mean, it's just one of those things where I find myself just being like the biggest cheerleader because I'm so excited about her book. It's so good. It's very well written, and it's just I mean, it's all about justice. Like, if you enjoy, you know, getting justice, or people who fight for justice, which I think many of us in here do. Hey, Joseph Rapp, good to see you. I think that you will enjoy this because it's very inspiring, and it's also something where the determination level is off the charts. So if you want someone to look up to, this is the person Jana is. And I think that she just does an amazing job, right? She is an educated lady, right? She was a teacher. She's also a social worker, but she also does a lot of work in mental health as well. So she just keeps on racking up the degrees. She's a lot like my daughter in that way too. So it's just amazing person to look up to, really. And I can't wait to give away a copy of that ebook. I think you guys are going to love it. So, and Sasha Johnson says, who posted the zoomed in pictures of the man saying CP and KP, remember this face? Oh, is it this one? Sorry, let me go up to these. This guy right here, Sasha, it's Janine Chrissy. She's a Vegas lady. Or Love and I Love Vegas, Love in Vegas. Oh, crap. I'm so bad with this poor lady's name. I've called her Vegas Lady. But this was on her Facebook post 2 days ago. And someone sent it over to me. Well, I had a couple people in my email send it, but then I also had someone text it over to me. And so we're looking at it, and it's like, you know, what's in the reflection? There's a couple of things in this picture, and I can't tell if this is something that she pulled in from from his page, or, that's where I'm kind of stumped on it, though, is the only thing. But that's the origin of it, where I got it. Yeah, just other theories too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a Facebook post. And it was sent over to me because we were speculating on who the yellow jacket guy could have been. I don't know about a connection. I know about a resemblance. I'm not sure about the connection, right? This man allegedly is a Pennsylvania lawyer, a real estate lawyer, right? So there's a little bit of a connection in that arena, but not necessarily from a logical standpoint, and also not from any type of concrete evidence standpoint. So I kind of want to remain speculative on it until we know more. But I do not know that, Sasha. I don't. Hey, Tracy, good to see you. Main girl, good to see you. And oh, you're saying it originated from the poker party. I don't know about that. Yeah, see that yeah, it came from a yes, thank you, Jacqueline, thank you so much. Cause yeah. See, and Sasha thinks the time on the watch is 1:17. See, I thought it was closer to than 2, Sasha, I did. Um, yeah, see, I never heard that. I never heard that. Yeah, see, that's what we were speculating on, Forrest, is that he's a real estate lawyer, like he's an attorney that deals with real estate deals. Um, yeah, I saw that too, Sasha, that he's got like a kennel or something, like a dog kennel or something behind him. Um, Whoopsie daisy, right there in the background. And I can't tell if that's bars on his window or if that might be a TV behind him. It's just kind of an odd angle. It's a really odd angle. So, hey, sweet sativa, good to see you. Yeah, like a pet kennel. Yeah, like a pet kennel. Usually cats don't stay in kennels like that, so I'm just assuming it's a dog one, but you never know, sometimes. Um, but not on the floor. Why is the cage up higher? Yeah, I don't know. That is like those are really good questions. Really, really good questions because it is quite high up, like as if it's kind of, and I can't tell if he's sitting at a desk. I can't tell if, it's obviously he's kind of sitting, well, either in the middle of a room, but then it's like, what is with the reflection in his glasses, the time, um, it's just all so bizarre. It's just all so bizarre. Yeah, his skin is pretty glossy. I agree. I agree. He has a fancy chair. Yeah, he does. He does. Well, it's like a leather, it's like some kind of leather because at first I thought I was looking at it, I'm like, that's not like, his arm or anything like that. That's weird. And then I was like, oh no, that's part of like like a chair or yeah, like a leather chair. I know, see, D Marie, we're trying to figure out what time's on his watch as well. Because it seems to be kind of different. Hey, meow. No, I don't believe it's TB. I don't believe it is. Um, and sorry guys, let's see. He has bars on the window. It's 117 on his watch. It's a Rolex. Yeah, Debutante says. It's a very nice watch. It is a very nice watch. See, this guy, Sweet Sativa, we're not 100% sure on who this man is. It's alleged to be a Richard Bishop, but I don't know for sure. Um, and I'm not going to say, that it is him because I don't know. Yeah, see, Connie S says she thinks it looks like more like bars on the windows. And that's very possible. And see, I didn't zoom in on that side because you can see a reflection in the other glasses lens, but it doesn't look like anything to me. And it's a super odd pick, Prayer Warrior. I agree. It is so odd. It's just kind of, and he's smirking. Like he's smirking. There's a time in bold in the verbiage on the top, and then bet you never thought you'd see this face again. Well, when did they see that face? And then also it's just weird the watch, because we were saying earlier too, if he looks at his watch like this way, he's going to see the face of his watch this way. It's going to be different than him flipping it over and being on this side. It's gonna put it upside down because he'll be looking at it forward here and then upside down there. So it's just it's very bizarre. It's just super bizarre. And I can't tell what time it is. Some people are saying one. See, I said it was like 12 at first, and then I said, no, probably not. But some people are saying it's about 1:17. Other people are saying 5:16. Sorry, guys, I missed. No worries, Sweet Sativa. We're glad you're here too. Brandy and Eddie said, I did see bars on the windows. Is this guy a lawyer in New York? He's supposed to be a lawyer in PA, Pennsylvania. Is it a Rolex? I believe it's a really nice, and see, I can't tell what kind of timepiece it is. I can't tell. I would really have to zoom in because, you can tell that the writing is there. The writing is definitely there. And I'll just leave it up, guys, too. Butter Biscuit says, I zoomed in on the watch man the other day and I just see a mess behind him and thought that was those thin wood strips on windows. Yeah, I mean, it kind of does look that way too. Like, kind of where the glass is, kind of set into. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, like the wood strips. And Crafting and True Crime says, here in New Jersey and in Pennsylvania, there are lots of split level homes. So maybe he's sitting somewhere where it looks higher, but it's because it's another level. Oh, okay. That's a good point. Like it seems to me like he's sitting at a desk crafting, but I can't make it out. This guy also looks like one of the three guys that in the vehicle next to KP's vehicle. He may have been crouched down by the back door as he kind of stands out the camera view and then walks by green hoodie. The light came on. Yes. Oh, Forrest. So so Las Vegas lady does mention a Rolex and and a will being involved. So a Rolex and a will being involved. Okay. Whose will? See, and I know, and see, it was so hard because I wasn't sure about some of them posts, and This was 2 days ago, Sasha, on Facebook. And there's a lot of posts to get through, if you go in and look. Um, I thought the chair is a cat. That's funny, prayer warrior. I thought it almost was his arm at first. I was like, does that guy work out? And then I'm like, no, it's too tan. And then I'm like, oh, it's a chair. You know, it's like, oh my goodness. But I was trying to look really, really close at things. And then, you know, when I zoomed back out, I'm like, oh, it's just a chair. Um, and Anne thinks it's 6:45. Okay. Yeah, see, and you can kind of tell, like, it's just upside down. And then also, it's so tiny. Um, oh, the light come on in the car. The one that was next, Lady Roses, you're talking about the one that was next to Katie, parked next to Katie at the Roadhouse. It is weird leather to me too. It's a different color. It's kind of a tan leather, you know, kind of like the older style of leather, like an old chair, but a nice one. You know, it's a good. It's fancy, nice, but it's an older kind of. It's bizarre, you know. Also recessed rooms, maybe his office is down inside of like a little recess room. Oh yeah, I see what you mean, like kind of like that little nook there. And then everything else is kind of above, which would make sense to have it like that. Yeah, it's just so it's confusing, you know. Betty says it's the snake friend guy. You know, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think because I think that guy did come out and say something to someone about him not getting the snake back. Well, him only keeping the one snake that Sebastian liked, Brownie, just in case, because he didn't think that Chris had any intention of, you know, giving him his snake back ever. Or coming for a visit with him, you know, for that matter. Like he said, oh, I can take him down there and see him anytime. But I don't think so. But that doesn't mean that it's not him. Hey Liz, good to see you. Oh, kidney surgery. Oh my goodness. I hope you're feeling better now. Oh my goodness. I don't know how long that takes either. Um, TJ, I don't know. I'd get in trouble. I don't know. I just don't want that lady mad at me, but I just don't agree with like a lot of what she says. You know, but I did find this picture to be interesting and you know, I wanted to discuss it, but I just wanted to preface it because there was like a lot of hate on that on the Facebook page that I just didn't agree with and I just didn't want people to think that I was associated with any of that hate. I'm just showing this as kind of um you know, just to see what you all think. And then also um, to kind of, I don't know. I don't think it's the same man, but it could be. So I just wanted to go over it, you know. I have windows in with white lines like that up to the left, just decorative. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know what you mean. And I can see those like little wood pieces in there too. Um, Oh, wooden blinds. Okay. Yeah, very well could be. Very well could be like the plank blinds. Yeah, yeah. See, it's not RB. Right, right. I don't think so either. Hindsight, I really don't. I really don't. And Sasha says, when did the post or when did she post this? Because now we have bodies in Memphis. Oh no, really? I didn't know that. I did not know that, Sasha. One second. It's a $1,300, excuse me, $13,000 Rolex? Oh, good Lord. Oh, okay. Balla. Wow. All right, that guy's balling and doesn't mind to, you know, share it. Okay. So, give me one second. Let me connect over to this really quick because it kicks me off. Okay. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. 13. Whew. Doggies. Okay, 1 second here. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Hey, Jude, that's... I mean, it looked like real gold to me. I just didn't want to say, but yeah. Yes, ma'am. Oh, my. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, what is the glare on this guy's right glasses frame? So this is what I saw in the glare, Brandy and Indy, and thank you for kind of pointing it out. So here's a close-up view, right? And you can kind of make out someone, in my opinion. And I can't tell if it's a reflection of a picture, if it's a reflection of like a TV or what. But that's when I zoomed in, and then I also added some filters, and I also messed with some of the contrast, brightness, and I moved it around. And then of course, here's this comparison. What's in the reflection? And it looks like a dark shirt, someone wearing a pair of glasses with the same kind of haircut. And then that's the original. Looks like some cages, Betty. Yeah, definitely cages. And Sasha says, so he has money to be buying things apparently. Ooh, girl, I mean, 13,000 for a watch? Oh yeah. Unless that's an heirloom of some sort. Lady Rosa says, I looked at both of these guys and their names match their pictures. Yeah, and see, Lady Roses, there's so much speculation, and I just want to make sure I get the right person. So I'm not really sure his watch or his face or his watch. See, this is in his glasses. The one that's up right now that I kind of showed you guys, those are all his glasses crafting the reflection from his glasses. Hey, Annie. And Debutante says those can be upwards of 10 to 30K watch. Wow. Oh my goodness. I mean, it's definitely a really nice timepiece. It really is. Bizarre pick for sure, Connie. Yeah, it's just weird. Wasn't not expecting that at all. Was not expecting that at all. Yeah, yes, it would. Yeah, wouldn't the screen reflect a flipped image of the watch? Yes, it should. It should. But then it'd be mirror image, it'd be mirror imaging too. Which, it would be flipped over if he was pointing it towards himself rather than pointing it away from himself, as he appears to be doing in this. Oh, Oyster Perpetual is what people are saying. Wow. And see, it's just very bizarre in a photo that was originally directed toward Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot in such a very aggressive manner. Now, granted, this isn't the only post that is aggressively, towards someone. So just to keep that in mind. Excuse me, but then the diver numbers are right side up. See, and I just can't tell close enough because I can't zoom in. And I did all of this stuff on this phone, so I didn't push it over to the other. And Sasha says 1:17 a.m. would be in the wheelhouse of a Sebastian's disappearance. It sure would. It sure would, Sasha, for sure, for sure. And Lady Rosa says he was probably paid that $1 million by TB or KB or DG. Well, and see, it just makes me wonder because they've been known and it's been alleged that they do like to pay others to do things for them, which is very curious to me. And of course, you know, I mean, I I personally think that Matt, the ex coworker of TB, was credible. He also seemed like he wanted to keep some of what he was saying under wraps. So some of his evidence, it's not like he just like did a whole like spill on us, right? He was like, well, you know what, Jay, I'm going to go ahead and email you on some of this stuff, right? So that to me made it more believable than someone who's just going to like run off and like, just basically vom information all over us, and then we're like, what just happened? Like he's just giving us way too much information. He was more keeping some of it close to the vest, but he was telling us like these people are not nice people, and yes, they have been known to do dirty deeds, like paying other people to take care of Chris's exes, for example. So basically going after women who are exes of Chris Proudfoot. And that's what he alleged to Jays for Justice. So it definitely makes me wonder. Now Betty says, oh, and pawn shop guy, maybe, hence the bars on the window. Possibly it looks like a residence. It looks like a residence to me, but that doesn't mean that it is. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell. It does look like there's pictures up on the wall in the far right corner. Yeah, Sasha, I agree. It's very strange. It's very strange. Oh, did TJ have a birthday? Oh my goodness, TJ, happy birthday. Oh, you don't want me to sing to you, honey, or I would. But you don't want me singing. It's real creepy, Sasha. It is real creepy. And that's kind of why I've been focusing so hard on it, because I want to figure out who this guy is. I heard Hindsight did a really great video too. So, doggone man, put your watch up to where we can see it. Yeah, I know, right, Margaret? It's like, come on. And then here I am hiding it and stuff like that. Oh my goodness. Margaret. It's like, it's just, I don't know. It's just all weird. And all these little things. And then you guys got me thinking about this watch, and I should have been paying attention to that. So I'm so glad you said something. Connie S says 5:47 for the time. 5:47. See, and I'm kind of writing these down on the side too, guys, just kind of what y'all are thinking, because and Forrest says, is the time on the watch 12:17? That's what I thought, Forrest. That was my guess, right? Was 12:17. But it just doesn't seem, yeah, it just doesn't seem right. I don't know, because it's flipped over, and see, oh, I think I just got another email too. It's a fancy dancy watch, guys. It really is. I flipped the watch to show the time when you were looking at it to see what time it is. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay, watch flipped. Oh, but there was an attachment. Let's see. Oh, did Betty make something too? Yeah, happy birthday to TJ. You don't want me to sing. Okay. And and Sasha says, "Wow, I thought that's interesting." I mean, it's super interesting, and it's just something that I wasn't expecting to see any of that kind of stuff. And then even with the time, the smirking of the guy, like I said, the closest one that I got to, and this is just for everyone who thinks this could be the same person, um, because I don't think it is, but that doesn't mean I want to discount it. But this was like the closest comparison I could do, and I did flip this, right? Just so you guys know, I took the photo of the man here and I flipped it to match with the man on the top, right? So originally he's flipped over to the other side, but through, the little app that I use, the magic in there, I can take an image and flip it to the opposite side. And so that's what I did. And their noses match up just a tad. I will say that. Now the glasses, I don't think they match. The hair, that guy has definitely cut all of it off. And I mean, he's down to, like when a guy will just shave all of his head bald, right? And then he'll have like the stubble, like a tiny bit of stubble growing back. That's what I kind of see in that photo of the yellow jacket man, right? Where he's just completely shaved down. Then he's got the stubble kind of thing. So, Robbie Annie, yes. The date 3/12. Sorry, did I miss something, guys? There. Oh, okay. Hindsight says allegedly the time is 5:47, and the person is alleged to be DD. Okay. Okay. Alleged DD and watch time. So 5:47. Thank you for that, Hindsight. Yeah, because yeah. I mean, I know there's a resemblance. I just don't think it's enough of a resemblance to be the person. But that doesn't mean they're like not very similar. Very, very similar. Lady Rosa says, will spouse to have, or we're supposed to have something to do with the St. Jude's coworker and construction. Oh, I didn't know about that one. Lady Roses. And Brandy and Indy says, Robbie, the date is 3/12. And Crafting in True Crime says, but it's not really on the door, but it looks like it is. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Jude. I gotcha. Ooh, doggy. Here's an example on that timepiece. Running about 12,000. See, and then hold on, guys. I just got another one better pick of that. Okay, so this, and I'm sorry if I pronounce her wrong. Janelle, sorry. Janine Chrissy. I say it wrong every time because it throws me off. I don't know if it's Janine or Jeannie. Or Janine, I'm not sure. Now this was another man that, and see, I just have to be careful because I don't want anything disparaging about Caleb. I really don't. I don't agree with that at all. Not one bit. And I also don't like the innuendos about people and their sexual preferences. But that's another picture of that man, allegedly. Because we don't like that hate stuff around. So I have to be real careful with the ones I show, though. But I thank you so much who just sent that to me. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I see. Okay, this one. Oh. Now that one looks similar, but the only problem is, see, that guy just looks so much younger to me. Warrior. Oh, see, I wish I could load some of these in for you guys because it'd be easier for y'all to see it than on my phone. And maybe I could zoom in on these ones for tomorrow. Yeah, Yellow Jacket guy is a local real estate lawyer. And see, I'm just so confused as to whether, oh gosh, and see, I just don't know. Hey, Sammy. Okay, Sammy says, I also think the picture is probably taken with a wide angle lens, like on 0.6 on a phone or a filter. It looks slightly fishbowl-like to me. The picture, which one, Sammy? From like, sorry, like this one right here? His face is extra glossy for sure. Good night, Anne. Thank you for being here. Sasha, yes, I see the color all the time. See, and I definitely did filters on the other one, but I didn't try to filter him, this picture. I just did that comparison. Um, Sasha says that's interesting that he may have the snake allure that night. I suggested that in Victimology of Sebastian. I believe he would exit the home in the middle of the night for his animals. I see, Sasha, that's so sad. And you know, he loved his snake. He loved Brownie so much. Um, you know, and then he had to get rid of him. And then he couldn't even like earn him back. I just it breaks my heart. It really does. Thank you, Hey Jude, for that timepiece. Yeah, that's what I showed, that timepiece, guys. And you know, it's a very expensive watch, you know, and it also seems to tell there's numbers around. See, this is where I'm kind of stumped too, and I haven't got a chance to really examine, but there's numbers around the watch. And I'm pretty sure it, see, and I thought it would indicate a 24-hour period, but it doesn't look like that to me, and I can't see the bottom. So what is all of those numbers? Because it also, maybe it is the Roman numerals. See, now that I'm looking closer, hey Jude. Um, now that I'm looking closer, and let me go back to that because I was on that Janelle lady, Jeannie. I'm sorry, guys. I'll just call her Mrs. Chrissy, and that's why I was calling her that earlier because I don't know what her first name is. But see, this definitely looks like maybe the outer. Let me take this off. Maybe the outer part, this part around here, right here, is possibly like Roman numeral. See what I mean? Like, if you look, but this has Roman numerals as the numbers in the watch to indicate time. But I think on the outside of this one is Roman. And maybe you guys can help me out with that because I'm not sure. Yeah, I believe it is too, Sasha. I do. I agree with you, and I appreciate. Yeah, I appreciate that. And Betty says, "What is that in his shoulder area? Is it his muscular shoulder or a profile?" Betty, I thought the same thing. Whatever it is, it's unnerving. It is a. I'm glad I'm not the only one. And I said this earlier. Oh gosh, because it's kind of funny now that I think about it. But it seems to be a part of his chair. It's it's a part of his, like the leather on his chair. Oh gosh, and I hate to compare myself to this man, but like the back of my chair here, probably you could see it better back here, but it's kind of like only about yay high on him, and so it's the leather from his chair, but it looks like an older kind of like a tan leather, which is interesting. His lip and eye zoom in on Sebastian's face. Well, and see, yes, exactly. It looks like a picture. See, yeah, Brandy, and that's what I was thinking too. In his glasses, right above, if we look here, that is his eyeball zoomed in, right? And right in that, in the middle of that circle, it looks like the picture from the Texas Roadhouse, as if he's looking at a phone and it's reflecting off of his glasses. In my opinion, I can't tell though. And then I tried to do kind of, here's one without, this is the larger view of it without being all the way zoomed. And then this one is a cropped in version. And I circled it, of course. And that's within his, just above his eyelid and the eyeball, right? And then here's another one that I placed a filter on. So still zoomed all the way in, you can see the man's eyeball. And then the reflection from his glasses appears to be Sebastian. Oh, it measures the speed of yachts for sailors. Okay, hey Jude. Oh, see? And that's what I was wondering, if it kept some other type of time. Thank you. Okay. So it's not the Roman. The numbers, the outside dial, a bezel of a Rolex, often a tachymeter scale, help you measure speed or units per hour, while the reference number found on the case indicates the model, bezel type, material, and potentially other details. Wow, that is super interesting. Thank you so much. I was just wondering if that could have been, a different type of time being held, being taken. But see, that's another view. And it looks like a person in a black shirt to me. And then this is kind of like the full-on comparison outline part of it, right? Is like what's in the reflection. That's his eyeglasses. That's the close-up view. That's what Sebastian was wearing looked like the night that he went missing. Last time we saw from the Texas Roadhouse. Hey, Lori. Good to see you, Lori. And Sherlock Holmes, beware of the obvious. Well, and and the thing is all the coincidences too, Well, see, Sasha, and I was worried about that too, and that wasn't very high on my list, but ever since I saw the guy with the that really looks like he had Sebastian's picture on his phone, it really bothers me, and it just makes me wonder what's going on. And it may be a reflection from a past interview, Betty, you're right. Yeah, and see, I can't tell if he's looking at a computer screen or a phone or, a TV screen even, and it's reflecting off of his glasses. It's hard to tell. Oh, okay, Sammy, thank you for that. There's an option on my phone to turn off mirror images on selfie or to turn it on. Very interesting. Yeah. And see, some of the cameras are a lot more sophisticated. Yeah, she does have a lot. There's a lot of interesting ones, Prayer Warrior, that's for sure. A diver's watch. Okay, diver's watch, Mama Sam said. And see, that would be nautical. That would be a nautical type. Like, just like what Hey Jude had sent over and I read off. And Joseph Rapp says the most expensive Rolex, excuse me, is a tourbillon, which cost 237,000. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Did I read that wrong? 237 million. tried to sell one. He claimed, oh, okay, he tried to sell one. He claimed it was real. BS. Wow. Hmm. Well, it's definitely a high dollar watch. We'll just put it that way. I don't know how high dollar it is. I bet you it is someplace between like the 13 and 20 probably, depending, and some of them are customized, and um he's very shiny, Sasha. He's very shiny. I'm sure they get and understand the message. We don't, because we have no we have not put the pieces together yet, in my opinion. Yeah, I absolutely. And see, that's the thing. I was trying to figure it out, and it's so tough because it's like, what is being said here? What are we supposed to be looking at? And then again, I don't know if this person, Miss Chrissy, knows about this image, within the glasses and stuff. Um, I don't see how it would have been photoshopped into it or anything like that, is what I'm thinking. But and Sasha says, remember this face at 1:17 a.m. that night. CP and KP might be saying that. Yeah, well, and see, this was a post from this lady Chrissy, Miss Chrissy. Here, I'll post her again. It was a Facebook post. Um, Janine, Janine Chrissy. Yes, 100. I believe we also have predators on our hands, hence diapers. Yeah, Sasha, and I know, and I've been trying not to kind of go down that rabbit hole, but that is a tall tale sign, and we did talk about that last night of SA. When uh, it is, and it's a trauma response for fear, also, in my opinion. Hey, Scranton, good to see you. Some of my best friends are Pisces. I love Pisces. Um, Sasha says, this could be the basement of a building, an office with bars. Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like it's, that little spot is less elevated than the rest of the room, in my opinion. And Sammy says, you can't say for sure that's even the guy's arm. It may be somebody sitting perpendicular to him. Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't know. I keep thinking poker game. It does look really close, though, to be someone else. I mean, it looks like he could be. I might have to do a demo here. It looks like he could be doing this, or it looks like somebody could be coming in. But then again, would we see them in the back? Hold on. Will we see them in the back? Or would there be a shadow of this person? Because somebody else very well could put their arm in front of his face. Because, of course, he's smirking like, maybe that much you can see of this side of his mouth. But, Sorry, guys, I lost my spot here. Oh, you're welcome, Liz. I really hope you feel better soon, hon. Oh, my goodness. They're doing the other side in May. Oh, good. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad that they're working on it, and then, getting you back to good health, because wow, that is, that's one of the things. Oops, that's one of the things that we need is our kidneys, right? So, oh my goodness, hon. Um, we're definitely praying for you, and I'm hoping that everything goes smoothly from here on out, because I know that can be very difficult, and hospitals aren't my favorite place. Um, and I'm sure most of us feel like that, unless there's nurses out there, and shout out to all you guys. Um, and Crafting and True Crime says, where can I find the original picture? I want to be able to zoom in and look at it closer. Okay, so it is on Miss Chrissy's, Janine, on her Facebook. And it's just spelled just like that one. Well, it's a snap from hers. Yeah, see, that's what we were talking about, Scranton, is it's a upside down or mirror image. Hey, Tony Fire, good to see you. Good to see you, Tony. Um, yeah, yeah, Sasha, I think that's a good idea. Um, and the thing that stinks is, I sent over the footage that I came up with from the Texas Roadhouse, and no one got back with me. So I'm not sure, and I'm not sure that they really would, because why would I need to know? I just need to turn it in. So I'm not even too worried about it. Of course, I'm curious. That's not going to change my curiosity level, but it's just very, I'm just like hoping that something came of it, because that's the whole point, is something coming of it, um, because it sure is frustrating. And Adam Forever 21 says, well, they have real estate, and the girl talks about real estate. Will, this guy did her wrong, but who knows what holds water? See, and that was my problem, Adam Forever 21, because I just had a major issue with that part, because there was beef, right? There was very clear, like, if you go Crafting and True Crime, if she's over there, she's gonna notice it. There's major beef, right, within this group of people. And it was, I don't know, I just, some of it I wasn't comfortable sharing. Maybe money or owed over real estate, or just a person starting stuff. And see, that could be, there's many things it could be. I agree. It could be like old beef, so I'm gonna blame you because you kind of look like that guy, right? Or and see, that's what's so hard about all this misinformation. But I'll tell you, um, whoever this man is, he has some money wearing that. If that's in fact his arm and his watch and everything. 13 minutes to 6, Tony Fire says. 13, I'm just gonna 13 to 6. Thank you, Tony, because yeah, I'm just not sure. Aw, thanks, Sasha, for telling TJ happy birthday. And Tori Banks says, I call him Yellow Coat, Pink Sweater, and Green Hoodie. We all have our slang names for them. We do, Tori, that's for sure. I know. And I was just calling him Yellow Jacket because it was kind of easy for me to remember. But I mean, I've accidentally called him the Hoodie Man as well. And I've called him Green Hoodie on accident too. So I mix them up myself. Very oily. I agree, Sasha. Very oily. It is. Yeah. It's just a real weird guy. It's a weird picture because the smirk too, the way he looks more like Yellow Coat than I had originally thought. See, and yeah, the same here. When I did the comparison, I thought, well, that's about the closest I think I could get to it, and I still don't think he's the same person either, Connie, but I can't discount anything too harshly, or I can't really cheer on, one theory or another, because I just don't know. I just don't know. Right. Adam Forever 21. That's the thing. It's weird. We were thinking immunocompromised. We were thinking maybe a germaphobe. We were, because it was quite, after the mask mandates and everything like that. Hey, Trishy. Trishy says, Yellow Coat looks like a TikToker and searcher. Let's see. Oh, see, I didn't see that TikToker. See, Rob Beanie says flipped hands would be 6 at 9 instead of 12 and 3. Right, right, exactly. Exactly. So, yeah, and then we have the mirror thing. Yeah, the eyebrows and skin color do not match. I agree. I agree. Now this is a darker photo than we saw of him in the very, very white hair, right? From last night. But still not quite as dark as I am perceiving it in the yellow jacket man. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says there is another pic of this man with a man this lady is accusing of being involved in. Yes, yes. And I kind of I popped him up on the screen. Well, not the other man because well, I still don't understand and I don't you know, Caleb Harris's folks are such good people, guys, and a lot of the things that were being said in those posts were just something that I would never ever ever share. Um, Eyebrows are both pretty fuzzy. Yeah, I do agree. They do both have the fuzz. Oops. They definitely have the fuzz. Where's the comparison there? Yeah. See, it is just so hard to too because this guy's in a room, and then we also have this guy who's out in the dark but under the light, you know? Yeah, anything is possible about the glasses. Yeah, you could switch glasses easily. The one thing I noticed in this photo, though, there are two kind of dots on the side of his glasses, and I don't know if it's a sort of a logo of the the name brand of the glasses or what. But they don't appear to be the same glasses to me. Um, Yes. Yes. Thank you for that comment. I was hoping I wasn't the only one thinking DoorDash. Well, and Prayer Warrior, I mean, that's what I was thinking at first too, that he was a DoorDasher. But he doesn't seem to come away with any food. If that's a real pic of Sebastian on his phone, we gotta be close then. The FBI, I hope. Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping. I sent it to TBI. Maybe I should have sent it over to FBI as well. I just thought TBI, if they're working it every single day, they would, maybe if they overlooked it or something. I mean, oh, my email for a better picture. See, this is the one. Now, he does have dark hair in this one. He's got a weird little smirk in this one, too. And those appear to be the same glasses that he's wearing in the photo, although, you can't see the angle that it's at. The logo is just not there. And then, bear with me a second. Okay, here's... Sorry, I was looking up. It wasn't on there still. Goodness sakes. All right. Okay, this is very similar. This might be... Thank you so much. So check this out, guys. All right, so that one, and then this one. And that one's about 10K. Well, closer to 11, maybe, well, closer. Oh, sorry. I just read that backwards. Closer to 10. And thank you so much to who sent that to me. I really appreciate it. Because, yeah, that one looks pretty spot on, too. Oh, okay. Okay. Let me go back to it. Hey, Jude. Wow, I can totally tell. I can totally see how tough LE's job is with all this info and speculation, but I think it's great that LE has all of us to voice our opinions. Me too, Betty. Me too. We gotta pop that up there. Sorry, whoever's looking at the watch. That was awesome. I think so. Hey, we're talking about it and we're coming up with new ideas. I think it's a positive, right? And Lil Red says, could this guy be the one that was living in the woods? You know, I'm not sure. But I mean, how the heck would he get such a nice well, I don't know. He could have just been doing that. I've heard of people doing that. And Benny, good to see you, Benny. I felt this lady was a wacko, but she says some things that may be credible. Yeah, Benny, that was my problem. I just some of the things, some of the hatred, I did not like it, and I also didn't like. Well, there was just a lot of it that I didn't agree with. But this part, I'm interested in this, just because it does look like the man, but it also this photograph is very strange. Just how it's captioned. Also, you know, noticing the reflection is really what got me, Benny. And thank you for being here. And Deanna says, I'm not sure about her yet. Yeah. Well, and I will say that she's passionate about certain things, but I also don't agree with the way the execution, I should say, or some of this. I don't like the hate speech, and I would never share that. You know what I mean? I just don't want to do that. Yeah, we need law enforcement for sure, Sasha. That's a great point. That is such a great point. He has glasses in the other pic as well, so I removed my comment about glasses. It's okay, Brandy and Indy, and we're gonna get a lot of it wrong. I mean, it's just part of speculating, and there's really, you know, there's no right or wrong, really. Yes, they sure can be. Hate you, by the way. Good to see you, hon. Tori. And Perfectly Imperfect, boy, mom, I sent it. She seems to be mentally unstable, that lady posting. I agree, Perfectly Imperfect, boy, mom. Yeah, it's the barrage of posts, right? Because like people will post, even if somebody's upset, they might post like one or two, but like it's like constant posting, 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 posting. He does look sickly, little Redo. And see, that's what I was wondering if maybe he had some sort of reason for wearing that the whole getup he was wearing. TJ says, meow, Sasha Crafting, thank you so much for the wishes. Oh, that's sweet, TJ. And I hope you had a great birthday. And Sasha Johnson says, okay, that may be true, fishbowl, I see. Yeah, I mean, and it's like it could, and see, that's why I can't discount never being altered, because I'm not sure where it came from, but I know where this post came from. I just don't know where the picture came from. Oh no, your kitty. Oh, I'm sorry, TJ. Oh, whoever wished me happy birthday, thank you so much. I'm trying to go back and forth and look. Poor little kitty. TJ, I'm so sorry. We'll be saying prayers for your kitty too. So sad because animals can't tell you what's bothering them. He is very pale. Hey, Jude, he is very pale. I can, Tony, but I can't do it like right now. I wished I could. I really wish I could. I need to get that laptop going, but I'm trying to save up for a Mac. So I'm kind of trying to, and I'm trying to wait because every time I buy a new Apple product, they come out with a brand new one. Right, the next generation, and then I'm like, "Oh, I feel like mine's obsolete." It's not, but I mean, it's just older than because they have a new version. Although I know Apple's very good about the updating and things like that. So, and Crafting in True Crime says Yellow Jacket and his watch guy are not the same people. Watch guy is possibly DD. Um, mm-hmm. And then the Yellow Jacket is the Richard Bishop. And see, that's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm wondering. Because I don't think they're the same people either. But I don't know about the Richard Bishop. See, and this is where I get so hung up. He has an earring, Liz. He does have an earring right in this photo. I couldn't find an earring in the other photo, but that doesn't mean that he didn't have it out. And it's too close. I can't get a close up to see if he's got his, like, if you could see the holes. I really tried, guys. I was trying so hard to grab a picture of this guy's ear, which is so weird. But I mean, I really was, because I wanted to see if he had an earring on his, it would have been his left earlobe in this picture. You can't see his other one in this one, of course, but people have identified him as Betty as a real estate attorney. But again, I'm not sure. Tabitha Jones says the Yellow Jacket guy looks like he has a tattoo on his face. Well, see, it's a reflection, Tabitha, in my opinion. Here, let me go ahead and show you guys. See, there's his reflection on his face, and it's coming from his glasses. So you can see what's inside. And when I zoomed in, sorry guys, let me take this down. When I zoomed in on it, you can see the reflection closer, right? And that's the comparison. But I will show you this too with filters. Here's one that's very close up on his eyeball, right? So you can still see more of a reflection underneath of it, but what I was wanting you all to focus on was the reflection of the person here that I perceive to be a person. And then here's another one. And then here's another filtered version, right? Because you can kind of add different filters in. And then this one is just the kind of one picture. I put a picture in a picture. I took the picture of the man, cropped it out with the top, and then I added a picture in a picture, and then that's Sebastian's picture too. So I added those two bottom pictures. Aw, couponing, I'm so sorry. I just love cats. I just love them. They're such delightful creatures. They really are. They really, really are. I tell a lot about me going to the bookstore on my lunch because they had cats in the bookstore, and it was like heaven. You just go in there and read books and pet the cats on your lunch break. And Betty says this pic could be from a number of years ago, and the Yellow Jacket is in the present. Hence, they never thought they would see him because he could be battling cancer. In the present day, he would be older. That's a good point, Betty. That's a really good point. Yeah, I know. I know, Sasha. I agree with that too. Real estate attorneys. I can see that. I do see that connection. I really do. And Benny says, whomever the Yellow Jacket guy is in the Texas Roadhouse video, Mr. Proudfoot's sister is in the video passing the man, and you see them give hand signals. I think I watched it on Hindsight last night. Yeah, so I kind of pulled in one of those clips. We must have been thinking a lot alike there. Hindsight and I were, because I was searching for this darn clip. I'm like, I know it's out there somewhere. I remember Dog putting it out, and it just kind of, I stumbled upon it. I was looking all over, finally found it. But this is it here. Same time, like a signal, Scranton says. And what is it she handed before she leaves from Dark Jacket Guy? See, I'm not sure. And I wasn't paying attention to her until you guys brought her up, and I'm like, oh, that's smart, because I mean, I can't discount who that is either, you know? He was definitely creeping. Yeah, I think he definitely was too. Hindsight says Sashi, yes, I agree. Hey, Barbara Rose. Okay, I'll take a look. Let me take a look. Hey, dude, get off your phone, Margaret says. Thank you, Hey Jude, for dropping Hindsight's link. Let's see here. Yeah, see Baba Rose, it just looks so much like even the picture of him sitting at the table, it does to me. I mean, it's kind of strange. It's super strange. And see, maybe I should have tried to do a comparison with the ones that Katie took too, you know? So, there we go. So, yeah, it's just so hard. I wished I would have. Hmm. See, and Betty thinks the time on the watch is 12:17, and that's another, we that's another one for 12:17. Was it you, I, and Forrest that was thinking that? I need to. We're gonna look. We'll have to look closer, and I don't know what will win if whoever's right, but it's funny because and I mean that just as a joke, guys, but it's funny though because I think I've had like a couple tally marks. I have at least 3 by 546, and then 547 I have 2. No, there's 4 next to that one, so I mean, gosh, we're just all over. And then also I had a 117 in there. I remember I wrote down 117, so there's a 117 in the mix as well. Um, I mean, obviously the person who posted this was focused, or wanted us to focus in on time, right? Sorry about that, guys. Let me pull it in. Wants us to focus in on the time, and then this very, costly watch. Um, yeah, Adam Forever 21 says, Benny, I also think the niece knows something as well. Hey, I am Two Bear. Good to see you. Who's the creepy glasses guy? Oh, we're trying to figure it out. I am Two Bear. Oh, hurry back, TJ. Yeah, so it's kind of strange, Psalm 19:7 says, definitely premeditated. I agree with that. I'm on the not the meditated bandwagon, the premeditated bandwagon too. Um, that is clearly, um, yeah, MP. No one can deny it 100%. In my opinion, I believe that it could very well be, I really do. I really do believe it. And it's so hard. She does have that same hair color, the same kind of build. Um, Sasha says she's probably giving them the key. I've said this from the beginning. Yeah, something shiny. I was thinking my theories on that was a key, some sort of rugs, or possibly maybe like the clicker for the garage, the garage door, possibly. But then again, there wasn't a whole lot to do with the garage door, in my opinion, because I would think somebody would hear it kind of go up and down. Possibly, maybe not. Maybe people were sleeping because they had to work in the morning. And Benny says, I really did not think Sebastian's disappearance was premeditated until all of this goes to show it's premeditated. Yeah, and I know that that is hard to kind of decipher. And, I've gone back and forth with it too. Did somebody snap? Was there an argument? Was there something that happened after the roadhouse? Because really all of it's possible, in my opinion. Sasha says, because if the house is locked up, you need a key. If you go somewhere to dispose privately, you need a key. And if you're holding a child hostage, you need a keys. Right, Sasha, that's true. And um, also, it could have been a code. Okay, so the thing about lock boxes, I don't know how the MLS is run, and maybe if we have a realtor in the house that works around that area, or maybe somebody can comment in this video. The way they worked in Missouri is that you would have an iPhone, and that's how you open the lock boxes. Now, granted, there were some people that still had the old school ways, but they all pretty much went over to that method. So you would have to have, like your MLS app downloaded, and then the code and things like that, but it was all iPhone based. Now, if it was a property that had a different style of a lockbox on it, then a key would be required. Some of the older lock boxes, you just put, you would just do a code and then the key would pop out. You would do a code and then the key would kind of pop out. It would unlock it, and then you could grab a key and then use a physical key to get into the door. Could they have been? I mean, I don't think anything happened at the front door. Because but that doesn't mean it didn't, and that doesn't mean that law enforcement doesn't have any proof of that as well. So that is very questionable. It's very questionable. Aw, thank you so much, Hindsight. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Well, I try to a lot of times, it's hard to get a hold of people or if they don't have an email. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. And same goes for you if you wanted to clip anything, or, do a comparison or something like that. Because I know, gosh, it's just been so hard to piece everything together. And then as it comes out, um, it's just been really tough, but I'm glad we have it to work with because gosh, I mean, it's helpful, I think. Connie S says definitely premeditated. Hey, Tinks. Okay, so you think it's a 547, huh? Yeah, so that's five people. Yeah. Um, and then of course the DD possibly on that scenario as well, because I wrote that down too. And I don't discount it one bit. Tony Fire says the shorthand is at 6 and at 6:30 minutes mark, and the longhand on the way to the 12. So how can it be 12 o'clock? I see, and that's the thing. It's so hard, Tony, to look, and especially because it's flipped. And then also, it's kind of hard to decipher exactly. um Oh, sorry, wrong one, guys. I'm like, where's the watch? Well, it's not in this one. That one, you cropped it out. Um, let's see. It would have been right below it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, see, and then also you also have all of the others around the side too. So then it's also deciphering which hand would be pointing to the outer numbers as well. It's from the show The Office, The Scranton Strangler. Yes. Yes. I always thought she's from Scranton. And then resist the urge to be like, Scranton, what? The Electric City. Um, and Benny says, Katie Proudfoot does not deserve to have the title mother because no mother would do something like this to their child. And Benny, it's just weird that she would run to the roadhouse to get that footage and not have wanted it right away. Like, that would have been my first place to go, just thinking that maybe somebody was watching, maybe something was going on. I'm not sure why she didn't. And I hate to, I just hate going really off on it, but then I also think of it like, hey, Sebastian's the one that's important. You know what I mean? So I can't really worry about hurting people's feelings on it because he's who matters. So and Sasha says I don't think that either the garage door, the car specifically, blocked the area with no lights on. Right, exactly. Yeah, and that's true. They do have is it a 1.5 garage? Um, Not yet 6, Paula Sullivan. Tony says, hey, Paula Sullivan, good to see you. Yeah, see, lockbox hold the key, old school. Yeah, exactly, couponing. Exactly. Oh, no, not because of your name, Scranton. I love that. Okay, so if you guys don't watch The Office. Oh, okay, Paula, I see your comment. Thank you, hon. And you say the 646.7. Um, yeah, so those of you who've never seen The Office, there is a guy named Toby that works in the office and he's in HR. And for some reason, the boss does not like who's Michael Scott. He does not like Toby. And so, but Toby is said to have been the Scranton Strangler who they were looking for um, in the news. And it was kind of just like a funny side reference to the show. Um, but then, we realized like throughout the show that Toby is kind of a strange guy, right? And he very well could be the Scranton Strangler. Um, but I also, and I know that reference, but I also was wondering, is Scranton really from Scranton? And then like I was like, okay, but just really funny. Uh, and I'm a huge fan of The Office, so that'd be a fun trivia night. Um, and it's kind of true crime related if you think about Toby. So, um, yeah, and Holly says Benny 100%. Hey, Jude knows. That's so funny. Oh no, poor Scranton. Oh no. I am Two Bear says 11:16. See, and it's such a strange reference to the time, right? Like because they obviously want us to focus on the time. The new one shows much more with the pink sweater theory. It's basically in hypothetical story form. Oh, cool. Hindsight. That's awesome. That is really awesome. Um, well, and I think that's what we kind of need is to kind of piece this together to kind of form, a story that would make sense, right? And to kind of demonstrate what we're seeing. And so, yeah, I totally agree with that. I think that's what we need. Scranton. And Prayer Warrior says, I don't know why I thought CY Man looked older until tonight. Yeah, and see, it's the different pictures are, and then also whoever mentioned that earlier as to it could have been a different time frame of the where the picture was taken, a younger version of this person, or something like that too. So, um, very possible, very possible. And Sasha says, maybe this person is ill and just wants clout for the for his crime. Well, or for this crime. That's really possible. Yes, I agree with Hey Jude. It's quite possible because people do try to insert themselves, or they're just kind of like, well, I like this, I like the attention from this, and so why not let people think that for a while. But it is so bizarre that they don't come out and just say, hey, that's not me, I didn't do that, or you know, kind of address it so that way we're not speculating on it. But it's just kind of par for the course with the case. We've really saw a lot of that due to the fact that there's not a lot of information that's coming out as verified or unverified. Now we did have the green hoodie come out, and law enforcement did clear green hoodie, but still, I still had a lot of reservations when that happened. Although I do trust law enforcement's judgment, I really do. It's just I also like to think outside of the box too. And I don't think that it hurts anything, especially if I make sure that, you all know that I'm trying to be respectful towards law enforcement and what they put out. Because I do go off of that more than anything else. It's just something that we have to kind of do to stick to the facts. But it's difficult. The most difficult thing for me is the fact that we know that law enforcement can kind of tell us a fib or lie to us. Okay, for lack of a better way to say it, they can fib and they can say like, look, let's see. they can say, well, we don't have any evidence here, and it's okay for them to do that. It's not like we're, later on we can be like, well, officer so and so told us this and he lied and now he's in trouble, but if we lie to the police, we can get in trouble. Just like they kind of caught Megan Boswell up that way. The TBI did. They're like, look, she lied to law enforcement, and so that's against the law. So they brought her in for that charge as well. And then they kind of were able to get it out of her what happened. From my understanding, and I haven't followed everything, but there's some things that I've kind of watched about that, and I found that to be one of the more interesting things in just the way the TBI was handling things. Um, hey, Mary Ace, good to see you. Australia, nice to see you tonight. And so, it's something that I can't discount. Hey, Canadian True Crime 2024. In your opinion, it's the yellow jacket guy? Scranton. But I kept in mind Toby sits. He does. He does citizenship, remember. That is so funny. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. And he was so excited. Didn't he read or didn't he write a book about about his experience being in the courts? Oh my gosh. That's too funny. Prayer Warrior says, or Hindsight says, a prayer warrior. In my opinion, yellow coat is late 40s, early 50s max. I'm thinking around that age range too. Yeah, because there's a lot of guys that will kind of start losing their hair like around in their 30, 35. And so like, by the time you're like 40s and then into your like early 50s, it's kind of, about where he's at. You kind of see that little crown that he has when, when the top part might not have hair, and guys are lucky they can shave it and everything's all good. So the red triangle is 12. Date window is always at 3. Oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Thank you. Let's take a look and see again. I'll pop that back up. Yeah, and see, that's very interesting. Yeah, you can see those dark follicles. Yeah, you can see those darker follicles. Not so much that like white, that the other guy had. Bishop. These things seem extremely obvious. Sasha says that they're correlating with these people that do owe him money, and it's straight. It is. It's so, and that's the thing. If I could, if there's some deeper connections here, I wouldn't mind discussing them. I just couldn't. There was a lot of information. Well, let's put it that way too. There was a lot of information, and then also like the old beef was a little bit hard too, because having to get down that rabbit hole without knowing too much about it. I would have been still researching, and I wanted to hop up and talk with you guys about this because I found it to be very interesting. I mean, even just this post was like, okay, maybe there's something to this. Let's take a look. Yeah, and Prayer Warrior says, I originally thought his hair was grayer, but I see the darkness now. Love your videos. Yeah, she's awesome. She is awesome. And why would he do this? He wants clout for the crime or attention. He is involved in sending a message. Why? Help me out. Yeah, and see, Sasha, that's what I'm so confused about as well. Is like, what is he doing? Like, why does he have Sebastian on his phone, and why are they sending him a picture of Sebastian allegedly, in my opinion, and in my opinion, yellow coat guy, Canadian True Crime says, and Scranton Strangler, and later in the show, he goes to visit him in prison, feeling like he convicted an innocent man. Not saying Toby isn't the Scranton Strangler, but I'm not saying he is either. I know, I can't really say either. I think that would be something to speculate on, Scranton. It's like, okay, all of you Office fans, we need to get together and figure out, is Toby really? Because, you know, it kind of alludes to the fact that he is, but then again, you're gonna take me down the Toby Scranton rabbit hole. That is so funny. But yeah, but then he just kind of like, I don't know, especially like his weirdness with Pam. I was like, oh my gosh, maybe he is. And I'm like, oh, hopefully he doesn't try to go after Pam. But and hindsight says, oh, okay, yeah, I did that one already, or I read that one already. Houston, we got a problem, believe for some reason. Yeah, well, something's up. It's so weird. It's so weird. Oh, thank you, Mary's from Australia. And Sasha Johnson says, is that guy our guy or just a guy? Well, and see, I don't know. I don't know, Sasha. It's so hard to tell. It is. It's so hard to tell. I don't think so. I think it might be a different guy. I really think that just because there's just little nuances that make me think that it's not. It's not huge ones. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh man, I could totally tell, or this is very obvious to me that this isn't this individual. But then again, there's just too many little nuances that makes me think that it's not. Like age, like his age, like his brows. I will say his brows are a little different. Now, we can make our brows look different. I mean, but there's just little differences, slight differences. And then also I would really like to see the ear, because if there's a left ear piercing or a left earring, which I did not, it doesn't appear to be one on, that's another thing. It doesn't appear that he has an earring or that you can see like a glint of an ear, or not a glint. I don't even think that's a word. Like a glimmer of his gold earring, because you can see that stud. Um, and then Benny says, and it's so crazy that Miss Chrissy lady came up in Sebastian's astrology reading on Astrology for Mystics a few days ago. Oh, I didn't know that, Benny. That's interesting. And let's see here. Is that Roadhouse picture she sent? Boom, you got it. Yeah, you said it makes sense. It just really does, Sasha too, and just that it just the video, I mean, it definitely matches up with what was sent, in my opinion, you know. And Brandy and Indy said that this is a message from Dog to the guilty people. In my opinion, he's letting them know that he knows. I'm thinking, I mean, he keeps putting them out, and I think so too. I really do think so too. And he mentioned Katie taking that picture the other day too. Yes, that may be the Roadhouse picture she took. I'm guessing it probably is. It looks to me more the one that she took here. I'm going to play hindsight again because she did a really good close-up view of it. Bear with me here. Um, weird. I don't like it one bit. I don't like it one bit. It's just very unsettling knowing that this man has Sebastian's picture on his phone like that. Um, this is just weird to me. Connie S says, yeah, it is. It's super weird too. Um, okay, so yeah, hindsight's prayer warrior pink shirt is definitely not MP. Yeah. I mean, it's the same, it's the same color hair and stuff, but it's just, yeah, I'm not convinced otherwise, or one way or another. And Sandy Johnson says, look at the woman sitting beside the man with the cap that favors CP across the table from KP. That woman kind of looks like Pink Sweater Woman, in my opinion. Um, I did see the one that favors CP too. Oh, unibrow. I gotcha. Unibrow. Yes. Yes, possibly. I mean, very bushy, right? His eyes are his brows are very bushy. Um, that's a diver's watch, I believe. Betty H says, yeah, I believe so too. A very expensive one. And Pink Warrior says, oh my goodness, if Pink Shirt is MP, maybe that's why Sebastian kept looking to his left and back. KP, in my opinion, maybe. Well, and I think Sebastian would have called her out. It just seems that way too to me, that he would have called, Aunt Melissa out, because that's what he called her too, Aunt Melissa. Um, I I know what she looks like, but I do know what she looks like. I just don't think it is her. Law enforcement has to put this to rest one way or another. They do, and I'm sure they want to. I really believe that. In my heart of hearts, I really do, guys. And I would tell you if I didn't feel that way, but I do. And mostly because when Seth came out and said, look, the communication is open now and they're really trying. I believe that. And I think that they could have very well recognized some of the things that went wrong, right? Or trying to, yeah, Sammy says definitely not, yeah, MP. Yeah, and you know, I don't know. See, and another reason why I'm thinking it might not be, contrary to the reason, a little bit of a resemblance, same hair color and stuff, slight resemblances. Um, I don't think they would all be that like outwardly at the Texas Roadhouse positioned in different ways. You know what I mean? Because at one point or another, someone's going to notice or recognize them. So I think they did use other decoys or members of some sort of organized situation to achieve something that night, which I'm not 100% sure, right? Because we got green hoodie creeping around the parking lot, very odd. Seems to have a handoff of something with Katie. Law enforcement cleared them. Then we have the yellow jacket guy comes on the scene, stops by Katie's vehicle in a very odd manner, right? In my opinion, just kind of stops over there. And then the next thing you know, um, they walk kind of hesitantly or not as fast over to the door. He's kind of meandering around, right? And he doesn't really fit in. Well, he sticks out like a sore thumb. But you know, oh, she does fit in the plants. Oh, I didn't notice that. Or something like that. Sorry, Scranton. I wish Dogging at Night wouldn't be so cryptic and just go look at Yellow Jacket. He's a bad dude. Let's find him. I know. Same here, Scranton. I know. I do like that too sometimes. But it's like I understand where they're kind of maybe trying to put it out there and see what we think. So I do appreciate that to a certain degree, but then there's other times where I'm like, and I also want to just see it all in one swoop, right? I just want the whole raw video. And I mean, I know that's asking a lot. And I'm not trying to be, greedy about it, I promise. But it's just like it would be so nice just to also like put it into a full perspective too. A, B, C, D, E happened, right? Instead, we're kind of like piecing things together, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It is also forcing us to look at different like nuances within the video and understand different little nuances within the video, in my opinion. So, um, yeah, something like that. Yes, Scranton, exactly. Yeah, I don't think it is her at all. No, 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 no. Is an MP the aunt who is mean to Sebastian during the Dave and Buster's video and in photos of the family, the big trophy in my opinion, yes. Yes. Brandy and Indy, that's where we kind of got to know a little bit about Aunt Melissa and kind of how she um was kind of in my opinion, and it may be looked at as teasing by some people, but I feel like it was definitely a bully situation. And I could be wrong. Maybe that's just how they tease each other. But when somebody doesn't clearly like the things that you're doing to them, it's kind of one of those things where you need to step back and be like, hey, I'm not going to do that to them anymore, right? Because they said don't do it and they don't like it, especially when you're an adult and it's a 15-year-old. It's just very, it's just sad. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. To sit there and because we all tease sometimes. I mean, there's dynamics and certain people that you just know if they don't tease you, then they don't like you, right? It's just kind of a dynamic within some people. They like to tease other people and kind of razz them a little bit and blah blah blah. That's different than somebody like being bullied to the point where they're looking up how do I deal with a bully, um, or B, just when they look at you and say, stop that. When they say stop it, and I mean stop. And, they weren't listening to him though. And it was just, yeah, it's beyond teasing. Benny says, "Well, we definitely know pink sweater isn't very ladylike." Right, exactly, exactly. Or maybe she had a cold or something. But I guess it was kind of chilly that night. But still, yeah, you would think, especially at a restaurant, you would kind of, not. Right, Sasha. Yeah, the only reason law enforcement didn't release this video is because it's evidence. Maybe they were waiting for someone to crawl out from under their rock and talk. Yeah, exactly. And I'm surprised nobody has. I'm surprised that we haven't heard more from like the wait staff or the person who waited, on them. I know there was a person who originally sat them, the host, or maybe it was a busser, or a food runner that was kind of helping out. But then we also see the waitress too, and or server. So it's just very strange that none of them have come forward at all. But then again, maybe well, I can't even say that. Law enforcement really, I mean, they could be like, hey, we would like it if you didn't say anything. Then again, they don't usually do that. They're not really supposed to do that. But who knows? Who knows, And Sammy says, remember that Jen Koff said that she's seen all the footage and there is someone there in the corner that is locking eyes on or looking back and forth with KP in the corner, but I haven't seen that. Well, I'm wondering if it wasn't the hoodie, excuse me, I'm wondering if it wasn't the yellow jacket, you know, but I don't know. But that's a really good point, Sammy. Thank you for that. And Sasha says, now law enforcement, I know releasing it was more beneficial than holding it back. Yeah, and I think so too. Um, thanks, Sasha. Yeah, I mean, I know, I wish I could put it, see, I don't have enough room to load it on hindsight. If I could load it up, I would have. I just don't have enough room to load it on. Um, or But is it a long, here, let me look it up really quick. Because I could hold it up. I just hate holding my phone up because it's so hard to see it. One sec. Yeah, I might just have to save it for tomorrow because it's 5 minutes. See, I was having trouble because I had those other screenshots and then I kept on some of the other stuff. And one of these days I can just pull clips in when I have a laptop. But I have to preload all of the clips into ahead of time along with the screen grab so I can kind of like present them as we go. um Plant spitter. Yeah. Oh no, that'll be the new one for that lady, poor lady in the pink. The plant spitter. um Hindsight Sasha, yes, she is. I see. I was stunned. Yeah, and see, like order, like nobody, yeah, and see, Forrest, nobody ordered. I mean, that's the thing. It doesn't seem like, I don't know. And it didn't look like the man in the black hoodie was taking food to him. It looked like he was going past pretty fast without, it's just weird. They need water in, Sasha. That's funny. Brandy and Indy, I'm sorry. Did you hear that? I will check on that. It's new from last night. Yeah, I thought I pulled it up. It says 20 hours ago. Allegedly, or allegedly, have we opened our eyes wide enough? Which is a really good title, too. And I'm assuming that's the one. Okay, that's no worries. I wanted you to say, yeah. I just know. I know. I'm like, I can't wait to look at it. I'm going to too. And I know I've been up here for like 3.5 hours, guys. So I probably hop down pretty soon. But yes, I really want to see it too because it's important to examine everybody that was there, right? And even like did the people next to in the booth next to Sebastian and Katie hear something, right? Did they hear a conversation? Um, oh, okay, Tony, so you think it's just the Foot Clan. I call the Foot Clan. Um, yeah, they would never let someone else know their see, I think they see the only reason I'm thinking, well, the pictures, right, is one reason, one huge reason, right? But another reason is what Matt, the former coworker, said about Mr. Socks, like that he very much enjoyed antagonizing or terrorizing the exes of Stepfoot, right? Um, I don't know what's wrong with them, and something is going on. Um, and I would imagine there'd be a heftier amount of money involved for something this horrible, Hey, KJ Mac, good to see you. So I'm thinking that it has to be something very deep. It's just so weird. I just really believe that something is up with the yellow jacket. Am I'm still thinking about Green Hoodie as well with some sort of, it's just some sort of handoff, right? It's something was handed off, in my opinion, whether it was rugs, whether it was a code, whether it was a key. Um, there's just too many things that kind of point to that interaction being a weird interaction and a little bit too long for someone to be lingering that needed to use the bathroom. Um, like, in my opinion, if I'm just gonna go use the bathroom, I'm gonna go in really quick, use the bathroom, wash my hands, right, and then skedaddle on out the door. Um, and also, what made her choose the Texas Roadhouse to use the bathroom at when it's a super busy restaurant? Um, I believe there's gas stations and things around there that she would have been able to stop at, and so that's another thing that kinda makes me wonder, what is it about the Roadhouse, right? That movie, Something About Mary, is like, what is it about the Roadhouse, right? Something about the Roadhouse. It just keeps sticking with me. And then also, for Chris to continuously, and I don't know if he knew that he was doing this, or sometimes our brains will tell the truth. But he was continuously talking on multiple different interviews about the fact that Sebastian doesn't like red meat. He's more of like a fish kind of guy, right? He's not as much into the red meat. He likes tofu, fish. Hindsight says, when you watch it, lady, one of my red flags is, why didn't she ask for anything from the first staff member that enters the employee door and waits to be approached by the other guy in the blue gloves? Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, because she waits there to be approached by that same guy with the blue gloves. Hmm. Yeah, and she didn't ring the bell on the or well, it's perceived to be some kind of little bell or notifier on the door. Excuse me, on the window, not the door, the counter. Um, yeah, that's really interesting hindsight. Okay, I will definitely look out for that. So, um, Pink Lady, which is a reference to the Pink Ladies from Greece, but Pink Lady and waiting to approach. Okay, waiting, black glove, approach. That's interesting. I will definitely take a look. Sorry, guys, I was shaking everything because Forrest says there's Forrest says there seems to be a lot of handoffs. Yeah, and just strange instances where people are kind of like going past one another, right? And just taking way too long to pass. Like typically, um, and then also there was all of the other room around where Sebastian got on his side. There was so much room for somebody to walk that way than to kind of try to squeeze behind or between two vehicles. But it almost seems like there was a reason that that route was taken, right? Like, so nobody could see what was going on. It's very interesting. Yes, Cookie Silver's found the phone. I wonder if the concrete he found by the log has been dug up, thanks to Tara, who led him there. Oh, really? I didn't know that, couponing. I did not know that. Okay, so yes, Coinky Dink, that Silver's found that phone. I was wondering if the concrete he found by the log has been dug up. And then thanks to Tara who led him there. Wow. So good on Tara. And I hadn't watched The Concrete. I heard about it and I didn't watch it. Silver's is really good. Yeah, it's too bad people won't talk. I mean, I don't blame them. Hey, momming it up. How are you? I'm glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here. I was going to reach out to you and I haven't had a chance to, but I will. I will. I will. Um, Adam Forever 21 says keep data record would have this info on it, sending images. If so, I hope LE has sorted it out. Yeah, me too. And I hope they looked into that thoroughly. Um, and I don't mean to say, anything, but it just makes me wonder, not that they wouldn't look, but mum's the word, they're goofy. My hair stood straight up knowing the woman and connected to the family passes not along after this. Was that lady at the roadhouse the same that passed? No, Tony, I don't believe so. No, I believe that that was a family member that had passed away. And because also law enforcement spoke to the green hoodie person allegedly December 17th, I believe it was. I still have the press release from it. I just don't have it on loaded up on here. But there was a press release, and law enforcement came out and said, no, that's not the person. Yes, he likes fish. Yeah, that's right. He does. And he doesn't like red meat. He's not a big fan, you know? Oh shoot, guys, I forgot to do that the party. Let me do that real quick. I totally forgot about it, and I apologize. We got too much into talking here. So here we go.
Weezer, there's someone I'd like you to meet. That looks like an autopsy.
Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. I'm so mad I don't know what to do. I want to know why. Lord, I wish I could understand. I just want to hit something. I want to hit it hard.
Here, hit this. Go ahead, Malin. Slap her. Are you crazy? Hit her.
Are you high, Clary?
We'll sell T-shirts saying I slapped Weezer Boudreaux. Hit her. Weezer, this is your chance to do something for your fellow man. Knock her lights out, Malin.
Let go of me.
But y'all don't say that.
Malin, you just missed a chance of a lifetime. Have a chickapin parish and give the eye teeth to take a whack of Weezer.
You are a pig from hell.
Weezer, I was just kidding. Come back. Oh.
Lisa, what brings you here? Shut up.
Not a very Christian thing to do. And now you gotta lighten up.
If you can't say anything nice about anybody, come sit by me.
Looks like two pigs fighting under a blanket.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
Thanks, Weezer. That's my good piece of ass.
And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass and he has a neck tattoo, so...
I am pleasant. Damn it! I just saw Drum eating in this morning at the Piggly Wiggly, and I smiled at the son of a bitch, for I could help myself.
Honey, time marches on, and eventually you realize it's marching across your face.
Okay, guys, thank you. I love that movie too. It's so cute. It's just so cute. Just a funny movie. Well, it's a sad movie, but it's also really funny. Aw, thank you, Connie. Thank you, Brandy and Indy. Thanks, guys. Yes. Yeah, I think we're getting closer. I think we really are. I really do. I really do. Margaret, yes, they're so cute. I like when Dolly says that you realize time's marching right across your face. She's hilarious. I do wonder that sometimes, Scranton, one of these days, it's going to be some major. You're going to be going to eat someplace, and then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, you're in footage. And I think that's another reason why Dog maybe, kind of blurred a lot of people out too. But then also, there's been ones that he's put out that he hasn't. So I think he was really wanting us to focus on the table. Then again, it's hard to see. It's just hard to see. I think Prayer Warrior had okay, yeah. Prayer Warrior says, I don't know where or who identified Green Hoodie as a sister. I believe they're different people in my opinion. Absolutely. Yes. I don't know how that came about. I think there was, again, a resemblance. And so, yeah, hindsight says totally agree. I think it's just one of those things where, we all kind of have a twin doppelganger. It might not be the same person. It might be, but in the same way, it's like, it's really tough. And you don't want to say, well, I know this person for sure. And then also, I think it was Emmy Joe, that she brought up, well, how did they interview her in December if this person had passed away in November? And that was another thing I was wanted to be real careful about, because this person did pass on, and so we didn't want to, disrespect anybody like that. And it was she was a person, a mom, a grandma, um, so we don't want to hurt that person. And Vanna says, and Vanna, good to see you. Did the interior lights go on when KP opens her car door? I was watching the Roadhouse video earlier and wondered if someone got into the back seat of KP's car when she was fooling around for so long as Sebastian stood. Yeah, it doesn't appear that somebody did get in there, but that doesn't mean they didn't. It's a very tough kind of an angle, um, that we're looking. Yeah, that is my I love that. Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. Aw, thank you, Connie S. Oh, thank you, Mama It Up, for sending me a super sticker. You didn't have to do that. My goodness. Thank you. Thank you so much. Um, that's right, hindsight. We have to continue to have faith for this child to be brought home. Yes. And just keep praying about it, right? And just keep praying that more information comes out. I believe there's a lot more. I think there's a lot more. And I pray that we get the information to bring us better understanding, but then I also pray that um, that law enforcement keeps, and any information that's super important doesn't get leaked out, right? It's hard. It's really, really tough, because we all kind of are very curious and trying to figure this all out. Um, thanks, guys. Hey, Jocelyn. Hey, Jocelyn. I love your Abbey Road avatar. Is that I think it's Abbey Road avatar. Um, my daughter and I, used to watch that movie, The Parent Trap, with uh who is Lindsay Lohan. When she was little, she was so cute, but she played that role in that Disney movie when they redid it from the old movie, and they do that scene with the Abbey Road, and I think it's so cute. Um Yeah, Sasha says, I'm not sure about Eric Craddock, Amber Alert, potential abduction, imminent death, foul play in my wheelhouse book, and especially with the vehicle video. Yes, sir. And that's what's so hard. It's so hard. It doesn't even make sense. Really, it doesn't. There's a lot that points toward the Amber Alert should have been. Oh, Mom and up. Yeah, and Adam Forever 21 says, that family seems to have no manners, the way they talk and act. What a shame Sebastian had to be around these kind of people. Yeah, I agree with that. Like I said, again, it's one thing to kind of tease a family member, especially if you're like a little bit older than them or a little bit younger. You know how little cousins might be a little pesky and just want to tease and be silly. But when an older aunt figure does that to a young man, a younger person, it's very unbecoming in my opinion. Um, you know. Oh, Jocelyn, that's so awesome. I love. There's also that movie called I Am Sam, and they do a whole like Beatles tribute in that movie. And that's another where they use the Abbey Road, to in the scene. It's really cool. I really love that. I love the Beatles too. Um, I think it's lawful and fair to say at this point we suspect foul play. I mean, I think I think it is fair. I do. I really do. I really, really do. Yeah, of course, Jocelyn. And then, ah, I'm surprised that I made it almost all live. I know, Connie, I'm so glad. I'm so sorry about that too. One more thing too before I go, you guys, if you ever experience that where you're like, hey, I didn't do anything and maybe I got blocked and it could be an accident. It's just been happening like so frequently and especially to people who I love having in here, you know, too. And so you know, there when I figured it out, somebody let me know about it, but I was like, that's so strange because those are people that I enjoy conversating with and that are a big part of our community in here, and all of a sudden they're getting blocked for no reason. And I just thought, interesting. So I'm redoing permissions and restructuring some things. So I'm going to kind of try to safeguard against that stuff happening. But if you ever feel like that has happened wrongfully or you have a question or something like that, please email me at the Lady Freedoms Raw Narratives at gmail.com. And then also the other one that is for mods. If you want to be a mod, or if you're interested in you know, a manager, because I'm looking for one more manager to work alongside the one that I have, please feel free to email me at ladyfreedomsrawnarratives.com. Do not use that mod email. It has been hacked and I have to take some extra precautions. Again, I know the only person that had access to that and who it was. So that's the saving grace, but please do not send things to that because somebody else can be accessing that and it's really not a safe place, especially with what's been going on as of late. So I just don't want anybody's email going there at all. So please, please do not send anything through there. Thank you, Sasha. Thank you. And Scranton says, Lady, let's go see Donna's post before you go. Oh, did she put another post? ST just sent something, or 5D maybe, about Chris told someone about Sebastian. I've been watching 5D. I like 5D. No, you didn't do anything, Connie, and that's what really bothered me when I saw your name in there. I was like, what in the world? And it was in the part where people were blocked and I'm like, why? Very upsetting. I just don't like that. You know, I try to pick people that I thought were trustworthy and some of them were not, unfortunately. Hey, Crafty with Sassy Chicks 101, good to see you. Yeah, so if ever, because it's so hard, it's not like you can I could really message somebody on here and be like, hey, is everything okay, you know, I missed you, or anything. And I also don't want people to feel like they have to be here every night because that doesn't matter to me. It's just I enjoy having you guys here when you are here and when you can be here. But I also don't want anybody's feelings hurt, and I also don't want people thinking that, you know, what did I do wrong? Because I hate that. That's one thing that that's not what this is about. Let's see. Here I am gabbing away and I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. Okay, so it's on YouTube. 5D. Okay, thanks, Margaret. I thought so. With the 5D. Which one was it? Donna. Oh, I do that all the time. Good thing I don't have the mic right next to me because I would pop myself in the face more often, which could be quite hilarious. Let's see. Is Reverend? Is it Reverend? Donna Safina. There we go. I was like, I hope I don't have to spell her name out. Oh, here she is. Okay. She's a very pretty lady. Spirit balloon. I see. Okay, so Sebastian Rogers last night on Lauren's live stream on Sweetie Pilo True Crime, this lake came up in the conversation as some people felt like it could fit the characteristics of my reading. For sure, I want people to know that I do not know if it's a lake or not. I can't tell, and I don't have a feeling one way or another. However, to show people what I was talking about, if it was this lake and you could apply the same to any lake or river, I'm going to show people where the appendage comes out. Then in the corner, formed inside where I put the red dots, it is where I was shown. You can apply this to any lake you are looking around. Again, I do not want to imply that I have, excuse me, again, I do not want to imply that I am suggesting it is this lake. I can't really tell from this map, and I don't know much about it. I just want to give an idea of the vision. It's information to give the amount of weight for me personally to how many times something's come up in a reading, and of the reading and then several smaller clips that I have done. The lake only came up one time, but it was pretty vivid. The lake also only came up one time, which for me matters because some of the information comes up 5 or 10 times. And when it comes up over and over, I know that there's no doubt that it's true. And since I only saw it once, it could play a part, or maybe it doesn't. I don't know. She posted a Sebastian's missing poster from the FBI. Then she posts Portland City Lake. Okay. And then Sebastian with Brownie. This cute little smile. And we, and that's another thing. We never saw that cute smile at all in the Texas Roadhouse video, We just didn't. Well, thank you all so much. Oh man, Detroit, see what I mean? Oh my gosh. And see, that's so frustrating to me because I would never block you. I mean, and I know the mods wouldn't either, because I talked to mods today, so I'm really at a loss for what's going on, but we're gonna get it fixed. Like I said, I have wheels set in motion, to take big action, because I can't play around with it. But I certainly don't want any of you all feeling bad or thinking that. I mean, it's just awful. It's funny how all of a sudden people who are quote unquote on the green team are just horrible people, and everybody that was with Sebastian last is just a beautiful, wonderful person that we shouldn't be talking bad about. So it's very strange to me, but it's a level of gaslighting that's been prevalent through the case, in my opinion. But yeah, no, I know, see, oh my gosh, Detroit, I know, and that's the thing. Oh man. And I'm gonna fix the emails up. I will tell you guys too, I was spammed pretty hard. They were signing me up for dating websites, like Match.com and stuff like that, which is, to me, if I wanted to do that for myself, I would do it. And it wouldn't, I don't need a push for that. And I also, am involved with somebody, as of right now. The reason why I'm not going to dox the person that I'm with is because I care about that person, and a lot of the things that have been happening lately have been on a very dangerous level, and that's why I chose to go to the cyber stalking division and make a complaint. So I just have to add all of this stuff on after the fact. that was done today. But I think that moving forward, I might have to like get a hold of Gmail or something and just completely change my Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives account too, because they've spammed it so bad. And they're like, here's just some content, you know, and like signing me up for like all of these canine websites and all of these like New York Times and things like that, because they don't want me following Sebastian's case. They don't want me talking about him, apparently. But that's not going to stop me. It's gonna make me motivated more to do it. And so it's just, you know, I'm sorry to whoever was affected by it, but moving forward, I'm going to put some really tight systems in place, and then, you know, figure out exactly, because I know, like I said, who it is. I know enough information about them to have to send over to the cyber stalking and do the claim on each person that's involved. So that's a good thing. I just didn't want to involve more people until I understood if they were involved or not. But now that I know that they are, because there was only one person that had access to that mod email. Only one person had it. And if there's somewhere missed on here that they're pulling people out of my chat, because they did send these things to my community members, if they're pulling people out of my chat and blocking them, I'm going to have to try to figure a way to get a hold of YouTube. YouTube doesn't really care, though. They just don't. And that's why I had to go to the higher level of things, because, you know, YouTube is like, whatever, it doesn't matter. You could report it. You could be like, hey, this person's like trying to figure out, you know, my real name and stuff like that, and dox me on the internet, and they don't care. They don't do anything about it. Heaven forbid you say the word grape. Heaven forbid you say the real word. But you know, I've been dealing with this, and like I said, I've already made my complaint, so I'm just adding to it now. It's just more proof, you know, and so, but I'm so sorry. Yeah, see, well, you know, Detroit, you guys are so sweet, and you guys are so smart. I would hate for you to think that a smart comment, or, you know, and I'm not a smart butt comment, but a smart, you know, smart comment that you made had gotten you kicked out of here or something like that, you know. And, you know, same with you, Connie. Like, that was ridiculous. Like, I couldn't believe it when um, I didn't know about you until I went in there, and then I started seeing who all was being blocked. And then there's other people that had been blocked too. And when I check with my mods and I'm like, hey, did anybody block anybody? Um, you know, yeah, Lori, they do need to grow up. It's just gotten to the point where, because I'm ignoring them, it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And that's why I hate talking about it, um, because it's not worth it. And I've said it before, what Seth said about it not being worth Sebastian's time. It's not worth the time it takes away from me doing, you know, looking at videos, looking at pictures, looking at this, you know, looking at your emails, you know, that bothers me too, a lot, because it's making me look like, you know, I'm a complete scatterbrained, and I'm a very organized person. And so it's just one of those things where they're working very hard to hurt my reputation and to sabotage my channel. But that's okay. They're going to understand that they can't be doing that. And hopefully they won't do that to anybody else. Hopefully I'm the only one that this is going on with. But yeah, I know. It is a bunch of chit. Little Miss Sharon shit. Yeah, exactly. You know, and that's the thing that's unfortunate, you know. I mean, look how long it takes to get other channels who are doing, like, who are threatening people's lives, you know. They're just threatening me, like, to find my home where I live, you know. And it's like, okay. And then another thing, like, if you're ever in the witness protection program, um just know that you're not allowed to show your face, especially like every night on YouTube. And so, you know, if I was in that, the police would be really upset with me for doing this. Not only that, they would kind of come show up at my house, you know. Thanks, couponing. Thanks. I know I tried to look at it like that at first, like kind of as a form of flattery, like, oh, at least they're talking about me. Okay, good job, Wimpy. You know, I'm glad you got content, you know, but then after a while, when they're trying to do that stuff, it makes me worry about my daughter, and she is grown. But I've been in constant contact with her since this has been going on since February 3rd. Or probably maybe more like the 4th or 5th of February. And so, you know, making sure that she's safe is my biggest concern because, I mean, it's just find something better to do with your time. Just, you know, focus on something different, right? So, oh, that's a good idea, Tony. See, and I was gonna do a Discord, but then I decided against it because I didn't want any issues. And so, um, and really all I need is something, if you guys have a good suggestion for just doing links, because I would like to just send my mods links and be like, hey, this is a good link for us to post tonight. Like Gabby Petito Foundation would be one. The National Center for DV is another one that's really important. Autism awareness is very important when we're talking about Sebastian's case. So just different resources and things like that. Also, we do have a lot of parents and grandparents of children with autism and who are on the spectrum, right? So I think it's important for us to, sorry, I was itching and I pulled my earbud out. I think it's important for us to build awareness around that too, and drop some links for that, autism awareness. So just little things like that that I really want to, I will, Sandy, thank you. Yeah, Tony, I was really looking into that. And as long as I can, you know, have somebody that can oversee it, that doesn't mind. It's hard because mods don't get paid, you know, so I don't want to ask too much of you guys, but I also want to keep everybody safe. And then, thank you, Adam Forever 21. I just want to make sure, oh, really, Vonna, see, and that's one thing. I just want to make sure nobody, you know, that it's just not necessary, you know. We don't need to know where each other lives or anything. It's not necessary. It just be unfortunate, but I'm also gonna go to the local authorities with all of this too. I just basically went on a because they started using my real name in their chats. Like I have all the screen grabs, I reported it, but they were using my real name through that, and they were trying to figure out who I am, you know. So, and it wasn't just one person, it wasn't just two people, it wasn't 3, 4, it was like 5 or 6 of them that are in a group that have been doing it. And so I know who they are, at least, you know, to make the claim. But yeah, I'm gonna do it with my local, that way if something happens here locally, too. I live in a really safe community though, that you had to go through a lot just to get into this spot that we're at. So, you know, but another thing that was just really disparaging is just on a level of somebody that, you know, did a lot for me and my daughter, and then they're getting disparaged too because they're a part of my life. And so it's terrible. It's really terrible. Promotion mail. Oh, sorry, let's see. Allows you to create a list mail to protect your legit email address for those you don't trust. Well, see, the thing that I did wrong, KJ Mac, is that I gave access to someone I shouldn't have given access to. And even though I changed my password, they were able to still hack into it and access it. So I had to change it again, but then I realized, you know, that it's probably unsafe to even send it because they sent out the information as if I sent it. And when they did it, they put the wrong email address for one of the recipients, and it bounced back to me and it said undeliverable to this email address. And so that's how I knew that something had happened. And then somebody else was like, what is going on? What the WTF? And I'm like, I don't know. And then I realized I was hacked because somebody was sending it as it was me. I mean, I don't know how many people would send a disparaging email about themselves to a whole bunch of their community members and creators that they respect, but there you go. And it's because it's somebody else doing it. Somebody else gained them access, and then I know exactly who's doing the rest of it too, and who's trying to find out who I am, etc. And Women's Warrior says Lady Freedom, DV, and addiction, etc. can be sent over to me in my channel, as I am fully trained and qualified in all aspects of those services for support and advice. Well, thank you very much, Women's Warrior. I appreciate that. And you know, yeah, it is, Jocelyn. It is. It's just it's kind of one of those things where I've dealt with toxic people, very toxic people like this before. But it's just kind of unnerving. Thanks, Sammy. I just feel bad that it happened to my community members. I really do. And then also, like, I just can't allow this anymore. It's gotten to the point where it had to be addressed, and maybe they'll stop. Maybe they won't. But either way, I'm sure if they, you know, whenever you report things like that, it might take a little bit of time. You know, and you also have to back up what you're saying. So it'll take a little bit of time, but I think there's enough evidence, especially now, that I can do that. You know, and if it's, like I said, if there's ever something that I do wrong that I can own, I will do that. But this channel is not about me. It's about Sebastian and Crystal. And I keep trying to make that clear, but it's really not sinking into a lot of people, and they want me to turn it into a drama channel. And that's why I'm not doing that. It's never going to happen. It's always going to be true crime. And those people don't matter except for the fact that they're trying to find out where I live. And the only reason that somebody that unhinged would try and find out where I live is to do something horrible to me. And I'm not going to wait around for them to do that. Okay. I'm going to take action, and I have taken action. You know, and so, yeah, that was the cyber stalking, because that's exactly what it is. Yeah. They stop us from using words, yet they do not stop the cyberbullying, in my opinion. Exactly. Yeah, and they don't. They don't. They don't care about it. It makes them money, right? Look at all these channels that sit there and talk shit on people all day, every day, and they make big bucks. You know what I mean? They're not focused on doing the right thing. They're focused on doing the wrong thing, in my opinion. But they make money for YouTube, so YouTube's not going to stop them, you know? Um, Yeah, we're here for the victims and their families. That's right. And we're going to talk about other people, you know, as well. It's not just going to be Sebastian and Crystal, but right now that's the main focus, right? Reading Jana's book. And then also working towards, you know, getting a good members live going, because I know that I've not done a members only live yet. And I really appreciate everybody at the channel. You know, it doesn't matter if you have a membership, if you're here once a week, if you're here, you know, every night. I mean, I appreciate all of you guys. It's not something that I kind of gauge in that way. But I do want to make the members only a worth your while, right? I want to make it something that you're going to enjoy, that you're going to be like, okay, that was good money spent. I enjoyed that, you know? And so, and we're still small enough to where it can be really a good, neat experience for our Jana and her new book. You know, so. Well, thank you, Lady Roses, and I love having you guys here. Yeah, this is the last time I'm going to mention it, but I just also wanted people to know, like, hey, you weren't blocked for anything that you did, because I just hated that. Like, it just made me sick, and I like, as soon as I found out about it, I made sure I fixed it. But those are the kinds of things that slow me down from doing what's really important, talking about what's really important. Hell, I could have saw Hindsight's new video and pulled it in really quick, and we could have discussed that too, because it would have been perfect and in conjunction with what we were speaking about today. But it just the distractions that are really pulling people away from it, and that's what they want. These drama channels love that, right? These people that are upset about the enhanced photo, they love that. That's what they want. They don't want me talking about Sebastian. They want me talking about them. And they're not who matter. And they never will be. They never will be. Yes, hindsight, God sees all. Thank you. And that's the only thing that is my saving grace, I'll tell you, because I prayed really hard on it. I got some really good advice from a very close friend, someone that I could trust, and it helps to talk these things out. So I don't want to come up here and talk about this every single night. I just won't. It's not going to be part of what we do here at all. It's just something that I had to mention. Because it was so publicly done that, and just like I said, if it was the truth, I would come out with the truth and explain myself. But when it's not the truth, and it's something that somebody just sat there and made up and fabricated, it's really, it really goes to the character and the mental state of somebody else and not about me. So I just don't want to even say how horrible it really was, but it was something that it got so bad to the point that I had to address it, and it is going straight to my complaint that I was filed already. Yeah, I know, Sasha, and we're in a point where a lot of people feel like that, and I think we're at a point right now where the level of frustration is really high, the pressure is really on, and I think it's just part of that 1 year mark. It really has been stressful, right? And not only for us, but it's like super stressful for Seth. It's super stressful for everybody that's involved, law enforcement. Sammy says also, if you have not met Jules from Allegedly Innocent, I highly recommend finding her. She's a psychologist and has excellent shows, but she also has been on YouTube for years and years. Oh, great. Thank you, Sammy. Allegedly. Yeah, and I also have another creator that I need to get a hold of, and I've been needing to get a hold of her, and she knows who it is, and it's horrible because that's another thing that holds me back from like learning from good people, right? And understanding more of what kind of goes on the streets, right? Because I'm still so new at it. I'm not fully aware really of even how to handle most of this stuff. I just know that I've dealt with toxicity and unhinged before, and the best thing to do is that paper trail, and then that way, um, you know, it's taken care of. Yeah, the vigil was so sad. I really liked how much love though that was felt. I really did. I felt that love. Yeah, and it gave me hope too, Sasha. But I know it can be so frustrating. It's just some days I get down about it too, but then I just always remember that you got to keep hope and faith. And if you do, then you can stay more positive than if you didn't have it. Um, Thank you, perfectly imperfect boy mom. Thank you for the prayers. I do always welcome that, and then I always will be praying for you guys. That's for sure. Because we need to pray for each other. Even when we're doing good, we pray for each other, right? That we keep doing good. you know. um, Hindsight says amen. I'm glad you're able to be back in here, lady. Is my favorite. Oh, Detroit. I know, and you're my buddy, Detroit. We're always laughing and having a good time. I know. That's why I thought maybe, and that's another thing too. And I was thinking maybe somebody, fell ill. I know there's a lot of stuff going around. Then two people were saying about the measles and stuff, and so I'm like thinking, oh gosh. And then I took an extra day off. What was it, Monday? Yeah, because I usually go on Mondays, but then I took Monday off because I was doing the researching and things like that. And it was like, and people were like, "Were you in the hurricane, lady?" And I'm like, "No, I promise I wasn't in the hurricane." And so, we just care about each other, and that's a good thing. That's what it has to, we have to keep that up. I've had a channel now for, I think it's been a year. I'm probably on my year anniversary and haven't noticed it yet, Connie. Um, I felt hopeful from the vigil. Prayer warrior says this has been a very hard case to follow. It has been because we love Sebastian so much, you know, and also I think a lot of us have gotten you know, pretty attached to Seth and the way that he comes out and talks about Sebastian, and we love to hear from him. You know, our hearts break with him. Um, you know, um, yeah, Sasha, we don't have the answers, so until we have answers, you have to, yeah, you have to be undecided about things. Thanks, Lori. Yeah, it's been about a year now. It's been about a year. Um, you know, I'm trying to get better and better every day. Because I know it's kind of hard when you first start putting videos out and stuff. KJ Maxx says Sammy Jules is great. She has a highly developed um, and biting wit. Yeah, those channels cannot match. And see, that's so cool. And I love watching the smart creators too. I just love it, guys. There's so many good ones out there, you know. So I hate to focus on the bad ones. I really do. Or people that just maybe they're not bad people. Maybe they just like stirring the pot because it's easier than doing a bunch of research, and you know it is, it's a lot easier, you know. Perfectly imperfect boy mom says I try to only follow the creators that come with facts and no drama, and adding to you to my list. Oh well, thank you so much, that really means a lot to me. And I think that what we could all do better, you know. Yeah, all prayers are needed. Yes, yes, Margaret. um yeah, measles is running around. Yeah, and it's kind of scary too, you know. Oh, Lady Roses, thank you for being a member for a month. She says, love your TC channel. Bring Sebastian home. Oh, thank you. Yes, we do need to bring Sebastian home and, you know, remember justice for Crystal, because there's several petitions out there, right, guys? There's the one to reopen her case. There's the one for proper handling of remains after someone has passed away, like sending them through the mail, you know. And then there's another one also about investigating the crime scene. And so, really important causes. All of them are on change.org. So, definitely go check them out. And if you feel compelled to sign them, then please do. Aw, thank you, Lori. Yeah, and that's another thing. I don't want to stress about it. And it's aw, thank you, Lady Roses. Thank you so much for your $5 super sticker. That means the world to me. But I just don't want you guys getting the nastiness either. And then also just association, you know, it's that's what's hard, is that craziness. So I just want to make sure we nip that in the bud. And you know, don't bully people. Just if you don't like them, don't watch them. If you don't like them, don't talk to them, you know. We can ignore each other, agree to disagree, whatever. um oh, are you? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Mary says that you monitor other creators and sometimes the utter craziness they face is sick. Yeah, drama is what haters build their channels on. I know a lot. Yeah, we'll see. And that's another thing that's kind of going on, where they're like, they created a channel so then that way they can pretend like it's not them, right? But it is them. And then they're posting things on that channel and then sending it to the other channel's email and stuff like that. It's really, it's unhinged behavior, and who has any time for it, you know? So that's where it's getting kind of crazy to navigate who's doing what, and before it gets too out of hand, it just needs to stop. um yeah, yeah, it is hard. Sasha, I agree. Oh, thank you, Hindsight. I appreciate the communication and attention that you give to all of us throughout your shows. It means more than you think to others. Oh, thank you, Hindsight. I love it. I love interacting with you guys. I really do. It's fun, and I love hearing what you all have to say. You know, even if it's something where I'm like, oh, I don't know about that, but I still love to hear it, because you know, it might make somebody else. It might jog something in somebody else. Like, oh, I heard that. I heard this that you know reminded me of this or something, because I can't catch everything either. You know how it is, always working on stuff, you know. So, and I get really hyper focused, guys. If I'm into something, I am just like so into it, or I'm just like, you know, um, what did somebody say, like, around me? What's going on? And sometimes I'm like just in my phone, which isn't always good, but not always bad either. Yeah, I have. I've done that. So, like, I did do that KJ Mac, and that's a great idea. I did, like, take them off of my, hid them from my channel, and I blocked them from my phone. But then I also realized that they started like tagging me. And so I stopped that. And then since that wasn't working, and then going on a whole live and, critiquing one of my lives, since that didn't get me talking about them, they decided to do this other thing where they hacked my email and sent an email from my email to several people. And again, I'm sorry if any of you got it. I know which ones of you got it. So, there's that. But I just didn't want any of that, Thank you for becoming a member, Mary. I really appreciate it. I really do. And I love talking with all of you guys. I know, women's warrior. I told my boyfriend that. I said, the minute that I start going live, you better be careful because, or you better just know that things are going to get crazy, because I've seen it happen, before with other creators. And it wasn't until, you don't see it with the people that just do the videos. It's always the ones that go live and stuff like that. So, and it was also unforeseen that any of that stuff was going to happen either. So, I mean, that was the catalyst, in my opinion. With the Nancy Grace episode was the catalyst. So, but I appreciate all of you guys so much, and I just don't want you guys to, like I said again, if you ever think that you're blocked in here or something like that, let me know and just send me an email. But please don't send it to that mod email, because that's going to be shut down. I got to figure out I've never had to shut down an email before, but I probably have to shut down both of my emails. But for the time being, the Lady Freedoms one is still open, even though it's like highly spammed with a lot of weird stuff that they signed me up for. People that I thought were my friends. Oh, Prayer Warrior, that's so cool. Prayer, I'll tell you what, I would love to have my daughter up. She actually graduated with psychology and criminology from a 4-year college, and she's going on. And I don't want to say too much because these people are psychotic, but I would love for her to come up. But no, I will never, ever subject her to this environment, ever, ever, never. It's not worth it to me, but I would love her expertise. She's a super smart girl. Healing Time. I like your name, Healing Time. Says, can someone look for all of the other missing children, or is Sebastian the one that makes the money? I'm confused why no one talks about other missing ones. Yeah. I'll tell you, Sebastian, he was my first case, right, that I've ever covered. He was not supposed to be my first case. Harmony Montgomery was going to be my first case. And the reason why I didn't, or I decided not to talk about Harmony first, was because Sebastian was still missing. And I really thought that he would have been found fairly quickly, right? So when I started covering the case, it not only was it bizarre, he is a person who is on the spectrum. Years ago, I worked with people who have all different types of different abilities. So I am very familiar with people who have different abilities, not just on the autism spectrum, but Down syndrome, people that have different chromosome deletions, things like that. And so it was something that was very interesting to me, because I also thought that he was less functioning. Hey, Criminal Med, good to see you, my friend. He was less functioning, right, than what we figured out he is, right? And so we realized that he's way more high functioning. Maybe even if he would have had the proper care and therapies, they could have really found out that he's an exceptional child, in my opinion. Now, I'm not a doctor by any means. You know, that wasn't my position. It was more or less taking care of and doing extracurricular activities, right? Like I did cheerleading, I did Special Olympics with basketball and volleyball. I did trips, summer camps, you know, we did fun things. It was a recreation association that I worked for. And so that is another reason that I got very much into Sebastian's case. And then the more that I figured out that there was a lot of similarities, especially with Stepfoot, is kind of like the person that I married, right? And so as that kind of evolved, I realized that I was way more invested in the case. And so I never really covered a whole lot of other cases. Now, I have covered, let's see, the gal that went missing in the Bahamas. There was another young lady that was autistic that went missing out of Chicago. I did take that post down because she was found. Let's see. I have talked about Crystal's case because Jana asked me to, and because she is such a wonderful person, of course I said yes. And then I find out what a wonderful person Crystal is, and then I also find out that her case definitely, in my opinion, needs the exposure and needs to be reinvestigated. And I didn't think that I didn't know that when I decided to take it, right? I just knew I was going to look at it and say what I thought. And if I thought I couldn't help, I was going to tell Jana that personally, and I never would have covered it. Cases that I would love to cover: Harmony Montgomery. She's not off my list. Harmony is in a file on my phone, and she is going to be covered. Her father, Adam, was convicted. She's still not been found, right? We are also going to talk about Summer Wells very soon here. I am getting a show together for that, okay? These are the things that I work on behind the scenes. So it's not only about Sebastian, but I will never, ever stop. And I put it on the bottom of his flyer. I will not stop until you are found. And I mean that with everything inside of me. So nothing will stop me from talking about that kid. I also think there's a lot of people who want us to stop talking about that kid. And to me, it should never happen. You should never be bullied into it. You should never be threatened out of it. You should never have somebody come in your chat and say, hey, you just making money off Sebastian? No, I'll explain it to you all day. Look, I will never stop talking about Sebastian. I don't care how many people bash me. I don't care how many people try to drag me. I don't care how many people try to discredit what I'm saying. It's just not going to happen. So no matter what you try to do, I will never stop talking about Sebastian. That being said, I've also talked about Gabby Petito, and I'm not done talking about Gabby Petito. I still want to do a little mockumentary about her. She was my inspiration for my YouTube channel. Those of you who've been with me for a while know this. Okay, so but what I want you guys to know is that YouTube is very taboo when it comes to DV. You're not allowed to talk about it. People don't really want to hear about it. It's a very sore subject, and there's a lot of hate involved with DV. Especially with YouTube, they don't like certain words. They don't appreciate it. So I realized that I wasn't only able to do that route because it's just taboo, right? So true crime umbrella, I've always been interested in true crime. Sebastian's case is not the only case I have deep knowledge of. There's many of them. It's just that he needs someone to advocate for him, and he cannot fall through the cracks like he did before he went missing. I just can't let it happen. And I hope that there's other people that stand strong with me like that. You know, you're never going to hear me get up here and be like, you know what? I'm tired of covering Sebastian Rogers' case. I'm not doing it anymore. You will never catch me saying it. It's never going to happen because it's that important to me. And when people want to deter other people from talking about it, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's really weird. It's even more weird than the freaking guy in the the yellow jacket. Because who does that with a kid? Why do you care what I'm talking about? You know, this poor kid, we can't fail him again. He can't be failed again. No way. Oh, Lady Roses, see, oh, we love you, Sebastian. And see, and that's the thing, you know, there is a lot of stuff. There's a lot in the true crime community, and you know, guys, I never saw this ugly side of the community. I never saw it before, because I wasn't involved in it, right? You know, you don't go over to, you know, like Derek Levasseur, like that's one guy that I follow all the time, but I haven't followed him a lot because he doesn't cover Sebastian, right? He does cold cases, and he did cover Sebastian. I went and watched it. But you know, you don't see that over there like that at his channel. You don't see like that things like that over at oh gosh, what is the other one? Like Plunder or Annie Elise, those, you know, those channels are fact-based, in my opinion. Those are sleuthers. Stephanie Harlow, she's another one that, you know, she tries to fact find, right, and build a story, a narrative, and she presents it to people and they discuss it. And then they have, you know, I call Derek the voice of reason. When he's on and they have their True Crime Weekly show, yeah, he's our voice of reason, right? Because there's been times where, you know, I'm on Stephanie's side and I'm like, dang it, Derek, you know, what do you think of this? You're a police officer. Give us the detective perspective. And then the next thing I know, it's like nothing that I wanted to hear. And then I'm sitting there deflated, like, well, he does make a lot of sense, you know, but I like that because it's not always my first snap judgment that's right. It's not always, you know, I'm not right sometimes at all, but then sometimes it might be part of it, or maybe later on I can decide, okay, well, I heard both sides of this. All right, I can see how both can be true, or maybe one or the other is, but you know, it's just about figuring it out. But I'm just not used to, I'm used to watching different creators to, you know, Vinnie Politan, Nancy Grace, to talking about the big dogs. Um, Criminal Med says if we find Sebastian, let's all send friend notes to him. He's got a lot of friends now. Yeah, I think that would be beautiful, Criminal Med. I really do. And how sweet. Yeah, Christina Randall is another one. Christina Randall is another one. But I will tell you, there's been some amazing creators that I've really gotten to like Smiley Stories World, Justin, let's see, Hindsight, Hindsight, just throw you right under the bus there. But I mean, there's just so many of you guys too that I didn't know that were out there that I'm grateful to have to watch and to kind, you know, to you know, play clips from. Justin on TikTok used to be Justin on TikTok. He's a phenomenal creator. He's amazing. There are so many people out there that really care about the truth. Josh from the lab, he's another one. Chris from the Mob Crew. That guy is out of this world. You know, so super cool guy. There's just so many that if it wasn't for Sebastian, I wouldn't know about them, right? So I mean, there's positives. Grizzly True Crime is so good. I've been a subscriber of Grizzly for a long time, you know, and there's just so many people that really genuinely care, and they just want to get those facts out there, and they just want to create videos, and they're just as interested in true crime as all of us are. You know, they just want to talk about it, and they want to talk theories, and they don't really care about the gossip, really. Speculation, that's going to be across the board. We all speculate. But it's just important. It's important for us all to get together and talk it out. Yeah, I know. It's so hard, Prayer Warrior. I know. Oh, Bullhorn Betty is another one that I really like, you know, and there's somebody in the one chat was like, well, she's soft spoken, but she's like Bullhorn Betty. And it made me laugh. I'm like, okay, which one is it? You know? And then somebody said, well, she kind of reminds me of Chronicles of Olivia. And I thought, well, that's not a bad thing, you know? So some of it wasn't all bad. I don't try to look at just the negatives in it, right? And I welcome the constructive criticism, right? Because I'm still so new. Um, Oh, yeah, see, he's so lovely and so smart, and there's been so many little screen grabs that I've grabbed. Justin is just really amazing. He's another person that works super hard to put out good content with, receipts, with backing up a theory. If he has some kind of a theory, he's like, "This is why I think this." That's important to me because if I don't understand like the thought process, right, behind what the creator is thinking or doing, it might change my view a little bit, or I might discount something that I shouldn't be. So it's super, important hindsight. Yeah, I mean, it's like, and such a good like going into the chat there is different too, because there's a lot of places where you don't necessarily feel welcome, but there I do. Mob Crew is the bomb. Yes, yes, Scranton. And so, Silvers on the Scene is so good, guys. Silvers is another one that I really enjoy. I just don't have the time to really go over and watch a whole long episode or something too. And here, as I talk, it's 4 hours and 30 minutes in. Yeah, and I love that. Like I said, like I'm not who wouldn't take a compliment like that? "Oh, well, you act like Bullhorn Betty." I'm like, "Okay, perfect." So, maybe quieter, right? Quieter, that's fine. That I can accept that, but when some people are just hateful, like, "Oh, this and that, and I'm trying to figure this out," and it's like, you know, yes, and see, I almost said it wrong, Scranton. It's the CNY family, CNY. Love that channel. Love that channel. Another one I never watched before, Sebastian. Um, and so yeah, Justin started doing parodies, and I've grown enormously over the years. Is awesome. I know Julie is another one. I love Julie, and I also thought that it was funny because, well, I like that. I'm gonna say it wrong. It's like the chicken bone, copper tone, Sylvester Stallone, the one the one that he did. I laughed about that one for days. I just replayed it, and anytime I needed to laugh, I would he'd be chicken bone, copper tone. Oh my gosh, I was laughing so hard. Um, yeah. Yeah, and extremely intelligent. See, these are the people I love the awareness that Julie brings, I really do. It's important, um to consider the sources, right, where we're getting the information, and um, many of them just work so hard to get some good Sammy, to get some really good information out to us, and I respect that tremendously because it's so hard. It's just so hard. Oh gosh, I didn't get a pleasure of seeing Lori do that. Or Julie do that, Lori. Oh my goodness. See, and I miss a lot of stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh no, Detroit. I know how that feels. I had an indoor cat and she ended up getting out, and it was like, oh boy. And good luck trying to get her because she loved to hunt after that. I was like, okay, now I gotta get you fixed because you can't, yeah. Because she was still young when she did that. Um, the chicken bone song is a riot. Had him forever. Oh my goodness. Oh. Julie made me I finally got a chance to go into Julie's live and chat. What was it? Sunday night. Just so happened to go in there, and I was so glad that I caught her, and she was just so sweet, and funny, and she was cracking me up, and I was like, I'm so glad to be in here, because I just stumbled upon her live. I really did. Um, and Carla says, I have so much respect for you, lady. Oh, thank you. Oh, Carla. And see, I respect you guys too so much because you guys are amazing. Thank you. Yeah, I just have to be careful. Luckily, I don't have anybody little, or I'd really be like claws out, I'd really, um, wow. But no, it's just one of those things I just been keeping a close eye out and watch out. And luckily my daughter's at the age where she understands how crazy social media can be. Which is good because she's not looking at me cross eyes like, what have you done, mom? Like, she's not mad at me. She's just kind of like, well, I hope they stop. You know what I mean? Like, I hope they just, but she's also busy, very, very busy gal, with school and stuff. So, um, aw. That is so sweet. That is so sweet hindsight. Yes. And you know, and that's the thing. If we all stick together, there's not a whole lot of stuff that can be done. It's a lot less. But you know, and again, if you guys are ever experiencing something like that, just make sure that you know report it. And even if it's to YouTube, but they're probably not going to do anything. But if it gets to a level where somebody's like threatening you and stuff like that, always stand up for yourself, you know, but do it in the right way so they can't really come back and be like, well, you're just as bad as they are, you know. That's why I've refrained from doing any of that stuff. And I've kind of waited to even address it, but it just got so bad that you know, they got what they wanted, I guess. But never again. We're just going to keep on trucking with true crime. And hopefully they'll move on. Julie is so passionate, Scranton. She really is. She really is. And she's just advocating really, really hard for Spencer, which I love to see that. That is one thing that I really enjoy because that was always my experience with parents of kids with different abilities, right? They were always advocating, always worried. Is my child prepared enough? Exactly like how exactly how Seth acts and is how what I'm used to seeing. So with that being said, that's another reason that I try to you know, advocate for him a little bit, you know, but I always mainly focused on Sebastian, and I know that's what he wants because that's what he tells us every single time, and that's what he's told us from the beginning. That's the most important thing to him, and so yeah, Jocelyn, I know. And see, I don't get to chat a lot. I always miss the lives and stuff like that, but he just does amazing work and really works hard. The kind of work that they do is very, very time consuming, right? Some of the creators making sure that you know, they can take the facts and kind of lay it out right to do a to properly demonstrate things that people might not have been able to see or whatever, you know, before. But if they do it in a way where people can understand it, it brings out a greater understanding to whatever they're trying to demonstrate to us, which is important. I could get up here every single day, fire up alive, and just be like, you know what this creator did? This creator is like this, and I can't stand that they did that. And I could play clips all day of people I didn't like, but I don't want to ever do that. That's not fun for me, and I don't think you guys would like it. Somebody that was from here wanted my email address, and I'm glad now that I didn't give it to them. Yeah, and see, that was another thing. Somebody else was wanting to put their email in here to give to somebody else, and I was like, no, 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 don't do that, because it's just you just don't know what people's intentions are. And honestly, I had to learn that the hard way because these are people that I really thought were friends and that really wanted you know, to be a part of the community and help out and manage and mod and then I find out that's not the case, you know. So but it's okay. It's better to find out soon. Oh, Dylan Rounds, yes, Dylan Rounds case where there are pretty crazy creators involved in that one. Yeah, Criminal Med, there were. You know, and see, that was a bizarre case. And then also, you know, with Summer Wells, that was going on too, and at a really great level that I wasn't fully aware of. But it's something to discuss, you know. And that's another thing too, guys. It's like if people's hearts are in the right place, that's the big thing too. Yeah, Connie S, it's just one of those things where I just don't understand. I just don't understand it. I don't. Yeah, and see, Mary, I hate hearing that. I hate that, you know. And the thing is that people don't like it when you stand your ground or you know, you talk about something they don't want you to talk about. It really upsets them. And you know, and unfortunately in Sebastian's case, it's just talking about his case that'll get you um I mean, just dragged through the mud and lied on and oh, this is this and it's like, no, not quite, and wrong name and Wrong name again, double wrong name. Good job. But it's just all poor sleuthing and misinformation. Yeah, very small circle is the biggest the thing. Which, you know, but I'm working on it, guys. I'm working on it. The KJ Mac, that's it. That's it. It is. Yeah, it's hard to spot. And then also, um, it's just some people let things get too much about them and not about what's important, which is about the cases that we're talking about, the victims in the cases, their families. You know, dropping the links is really important to me. That's one thing that I've been really trying to um, move towards, is like dropping those links when you can, and not my link or anything either. Like and even other creators' links is good too, but more so like, yeah, channel membership, because I want you guys to be members and I want us to do a good members only and things like that. But at the end of the day, it's more of the awareness of like, these are the foundations, or if you're dealing with DV, please get this help. Or if you don't know, there's resources, or if you have a friend that needs it, or you know, taking somebody's life or something like that too, or someone taking, excuse me, taking their own life. Those resources are really important, especially when you see the level of bullying that happens, right? Because that's what it often leads to, is people that haven't been through the same things I have, as much counseling. Because I mean, I'm talking years and years, guys, to where you know, I've learned to embrace who I am, what I've been through, and move forward through it. I don't have to go back into the past. It doesn't bother me. I know who I am. My daughter knows who I am, and that's who's important. Nobody else really is, in my opinion, when it comes to family, right? Because I only have the one person, you know, my only one. But when it comes to like the larger community and all of you guys are what matters to me in the true crime realm. And then the people that we talk about. So, and I really cannot wait either to talk about the rest of Crystal's book. You guys are going to love it. You guys are going to love the book. And, you know, feel free if you want to, you know, grab a copy, read it along, you know, with me or whatever. Or if you'd rather just kind of read it off by yourself, and then we can always talk about it. It's very, it's going to be very nice to have Jana up, and then also just the way that she puts the story together. I think that you guys will really enjoy it, and it goes over the first 2 years of her struggles, her triumphs with justice, and you know, a lot of good learning, like life lessons too. So it's super important. But I love all of you guys very, very much, and I appreciate you all being here tonight. And I'm definitely going to be looking at Hindsight's video when I get off of here, and then also I'm gonna look more into the watch too. The poker party again is something that I've still been working on, getting a little bit more information, which is tough, you know, because there wasn't a lot out there. Um, Yes, thank you, Hindsight, of course. Thank you so much for making that video. That's awesome. I'm really excited to look. And um yeah, so Connie, you can get it if you go to my latest video on Crystal, and you'll see it's a big tree, and it says Justice for Crystal, and it's got her family all around it. And that was her sister's artwork, guys. A lot of the artwork that I meant to mention that. I'm so glad you said it, Connie. A lot of the artwork that was in um my video was artwork that Jana did. The picture collages and everything like that, those were things that she did. But I was trying to incorporate them like in order and things like that, so it just took me a little bit longer. But um, in that video, the links underneath, it'll show you right where to get. You can go to Amazon, and you can go to Barnes and Noble, just kind of your choice. And then you can do the ebook, which you'll get that right away. If you have a Kindle, you can get it on Amazon. Um, You will need to download the app for Barnes and Noble, though. Just kind of a little caveat there, for like to receive the ebook, right? You just download the app. But you also get kind of points and stuff like that, which is kind of neat. Or if you want the physical copies, you can also get those on either Amazon or Barnes and Noble. So, that's so sweet, Detroit Rock City. And to all of the ladies here, I know you're from Drama Free Channels. Yes, yeah, and that's the thing. We just want to be working with, good people who are focused. KJ Mac, thank you. Yeah, and Mary, that's the big thing, because the rest of it doesn't matter. It's just like a waste of time, a big major waste of time, a colossal. It's a colossal waste. Um, yeah, everyone having a lovely night by Australia. Thanks, little Miss Sharon. Thank you guys so much. And I love you all so much. Thank you. I will work hard for you to bring a good episode tomorrow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, Prayer Warrior, it's called Justice Denied, A Sister's Fight for Justice. And it's by Jana Gajewski Laudegar. And let me go ahead. It's Jana. Here, I'll tell you what. If you just type in to the search bar on Amazon or in the barnesandnoble.com, if you just type Jana, Jana, and then you type in Justice Denied, it should pull it right up. But otherwise, I have the links in my newest video. Thank you, Connie S. Thank you. Thank you, Lady Roses and Hindsight. Oh, she says your video was awesome. I watched it. Glad we're able to actually see the pink lady sweater and a man eating. See, that's so cool. And see, those are the things so much things to focus on, really. Even if somebody wanted to pull apart those videos several times, we could, right? And just focus in, okay, what's this? What's going on here? Oh, awesome, Jocelyn. Yay. Yeah. And so, thank you, Lori. Thank you all so much for being here. Thanks, guys. And even everybody in the bushes. I appreciate all of your support. It just means the world to me that you're all here. It's great. I just don't want to miss anybody, guys. KJ Mac. Oh, Maurice, thank you. I was saying it wrong, so I just started saying Mary. I knew I was saying it wrong. Thank you so much, Maurice. Thank you from Australia. I love that. That's so pretty. No, it's so pretty. I love different names. So, all right, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.